Come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. I hear the ever so faint music in the background, which means John Bishop is in jail again.
Hey, John.
Look at him.
In jail again.
Jail
Bishop. Looks a little brighter in here than
It does. What's up with that? Turn
New
those lights
computer.
I don't
on.
know.
Isn't it a new computer now for John?
The lights haven't changed. I have no idea.
Oh, it's
He has a new computer.
It's a new
Yeah,
computer.
his computer's way better than his screen is. Now the plugs on John's computer are broken.
Yeah, what's up
no,
with that,
they're
John?
fine. They're fine. They work.
Okay.
I got them to work. They work.
Okay.
You got them to work.
John's just out there fixing everything today.
He is an old man.
He's
that
the
fixes
Well,
things.
it's not that. No, I'll tell you what they keep fixing. What is going on outside this building?
Oh, God.
I mean, how long are they going to be working on 13th Street?
Yep.
I mean, it's been that way for how many months?
Almost an entire year.
Oh,
It was the Kansas game last year, I think, wasn't it, when they shut her down?
Has it been that
Well,
long?
Yeah, it's when they started doing a bunch of stuff there. But it's like I thought Lincoln was slow with their stuff. Holy crap.
Well, and then
It's
the building's going to be worked on for like the next couple years.
100
They're
years.
adding more
Because
conference
we need
space,
all
right?
that space.
Hey,
We need space.
We
Oh, don't have
love
enough space.
we love conferences. They bring commerce to our city.
Sometimes you need to do an RV and boat show at the same time as the Oddities Expo.
Exactly, Nick. You got it.
I like the Oddities
Yeah, I don't
Expo.
think they're going to be moving boats into the new edition.
Why not, John?
Well, it's
People like
kinda up
boats.
there, and you know, and then where are the spooky people going to go? I thought spooky people didn't want to be moved or whatever. I don't know.
Is that what they
weird.
say?
I don't know what is
I don't
what is John
know.
talking about?
Nick's talking about spooky
He's
people
talking about
holding
this-
conferences.
He wanted to do the Spooky Expo and the Boat Expo
At the same time. That's why you need
in the
more conference
convention
space.
center.
You need more
Is this,
space.
this is an old bit, right? I don't remember this bit.
Well, remember the whole
It's not a bit. I don't know what it is. I'm
Okay.
just responding.
no, but Nick went to the Spooky convention.
Yeah, it was the Oddities Expo because we were talking about this probably about a year ago. It's like,
Okay.
why do we need more? What do they have going on there? That's when we found out about it.
Okay.
Totally.
Ghost Dog says, John's off today.
No,
John,
John's fine.
He's
John's
right
ready
there.
to
What
go.
do you mean off?
He's right there. I
Hey,
see
John.
him.
What do you mean off? I'm right here.
John's never been more on, if you
John.
know what I'm saying.
Do you have
Right here.
Do you have a tool, like a big red tool chest in your garage?
Go Big Red.
Yeah, I do actually.
Is it Craftsman? You know, I bet it is.
No, what is it? Or maybe it is Craftsman.
Should be Craftsman.
I don't remember. It was a Christmas gift many years ago.
it just makes perfect sense.
John's a craftsman.
John is a fixer.
I am not
of
a
things.
craftsman.
He goes into his garage. He has the big red toolbox with all the
Dude,
drawers.
those toolboxes are so big.
They're so big.
I want one. I need one. I want a toolbox. I want a big toolbox.
I was
It's so much better than having like an actual toolbox because that's. I mean,
I just have
to
a
be
tool
technical,
bag
it's
right
more like
now.
a
I have a
tool
tool
chest.
bag.
You like a tool table.
What's up with the tool? I don't need no tool
I don't
table.
want a tool bag. I want a toolbox.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna get a tool table.
What?
Tool tables are
I
nice.
don't I don't know how to fix nothing, but I
Yeah.
want the tool table.
You put your meat
I
slicer
wish
on
I
it.
had a tool table, man. I need a vise. I need some place to put a vise.
What are you gonna do? You gonna put someone's head in it?
You could smash stuff
Well,
with it.
yeah, sure. You never know when a
John's
guy's
gonna
gonna.
kidnap me and put my head in the tool
No,
vise
no,
and
you-
squeeze it to
you know-
death.
You never know when some guy cheats at cards. You never know when that guy cheats at cards,
you
and you got to stick
playing
his head in the
cards on the-
vise.
Are you playing
John's
cards
got
on
a
the tool
card
table?
game in his garage, and he
Now
wants
this
to-
is a bit. This is a reference to Casino.
I've
Good
never
movie.
seen Casino.
Don't
Yeah,
pick it for
the-
movie
the-
club. It's 3 hours.
the one-
It's long.
It's a good movie though.
It's solid. It's
Um,
no Goodfellas.
Well, I wasn't saying it was.
No, I
but, you
know,
know,
just
they
offer
put
my
the they
opinion.
put the
He
they
is
put the
off
dude's
today.
head. No, I'm not off today.
John, why are you off?
John's
Gosh,
on,
Josh,
baby. John's
You're such a
on.
moron.
It's opening honk.
He put the dude's head in a vice, and then they turned it, and his eye went.
Wow, thanks for the spoilers, John.
If you haven't
Well,
seen Casino now,
Josh
you're
said
never going to see
Josh said you shouldn't watch it because it's 3 hours long.
No,
so I
it's
just
it's
gonna go
fine. I've watched it twice. I find it a bit. It's fine.
I think it's a bit off.
No. Nice, Nick. It's okay. I just wanted more from it. Is what I wanted. You know,
I've never seen it.
I
I
love
just
it.
went in expecting a lot of things, and it was my second favorite of that kind of genre of Scorsese movies. Wolf of Wall Street. I like Wolf of Wall Street
Wall
second
Street's fun.
most of his movies. Goodfellas 1, Wolf of Wall Street 2.
What's the Richard Nixon mask movie? Which one's that?
Don't know what that
The
is.
Richard Nixon.
Yeah, where the people
mask
have the
movie?
Richard Nixon masks and they do. I think it's a
Wasn't-
heist.
Well, yeah, that's not Scorsese.
No,
That's
I know,
like-
but
Are you talking about The Town?
I don't know. That's why I'm
no,
asking.
he's talking about the one with. Isn't that the one with Keno, where he's the surfer and he pretends to be the quarterback from Nebraska, and they.
Oh, you're talking
goes
about
undercover.
Point
Jason
Break.
Point
I
Break.
think it's Point
Point
Break.
I've never seen
Yeah.
Point Break.
Yeah.
Utah. Give me two.
Don't know about this movie.
I ask that because when I think of Casino, for whatever reason, I think of that thing, but it's not the same movie.
No.
I don't know why my brain's associating the two.
Casino is Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, Sharon Stone, right, John? And
Sharon Stone and Don Rickles.
They own a casino.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
the name.
It's a Las Vegas pilled movie.
Okay.
He very lost.
It looks really pretty. I have the Blu-ray. I could loan you the Blu-ray, Nick,
Oh.
if you would let.
You're always loaning people your Blu-rays.
I'm happy to.
Or
I,
offering that.
I like loaning Blu-rays.
No, that's
Steve says
'cause
that I
no
haven't
one watches on Blu-ray.
What if there was like
anymore.
some sort of like disease in the Blu-rays and you were just loaning them to all these people?
To get their Blu-ray players infected with my curse.
or maybe like if you loan them the Blu-rays and then they return them, you have all their information, or like there's a
Oh.
recording.
Are you Harvest like Westworld?
Yes.
No, what, Nick,
Yes,
these
you're Westworlding people.
These Westworld references need to stop.
No,
first of
not
all.
until I'm done watching.
Yeah,
Are you
because I mean,
watching
like 5
Westworld?
people
Again,
watch that show.
Only the first 2 seasons.
Okay.
Because I wanted to show Paige and she's never seen it, and I'm like, we're stopping after season 2.
I only ever had the faint want to rewatch Westworld like one time, and I quickly pushed through it.
Good
I
idea.
really like the first 2 seasons. They're so good.
The first one.
The first
season.
one season is the best. Season 2 is fine.
Yeah. Alex says that I need to upgrade to 4K disc.
It's the future.
I have heard 4K, but I just don't want to buy a player. That's
well,
the
I
issue.
thought hard copy was out altogether.
People
Yeah.
are back in on hard copy now because you can own it.
Oh,
You
well,
can
then
Yeah.
they need to bring back Laserdisc. That's the one they need to
bring
bring back.
back laser disc.
With the big album-size laser.
But aren't people only back in on like physical media as like a bit?
No, it's a genuine thing.
Yeah, it's like
Okay,
know.
I'm glad that's the case.
I buy books, so like I understand it. I like
It's-
having physical.
because
things.
People found out that if you buy something digitally, you don't own it. You're buying a license for it, and it can just get pulled
Well,
at
yeah,
any time.
I mean, like they took off. Speaking of Westworld, they
It's just
removed
gone.
it from
Yeah.
HBO Max. It's not on there, even though they own it. All it
Hey.
is space. They could keep it there.
yeah, and I'm sure they have plenty of
Just
space.
buy an extra hard drive.
That is correct. By the
yeah.
way.
So
That
like,
is
if you
good.
want to own it, like I totally understand it.
Yeah.
I totally understand wanting to own things.
All right, so I'm looking at
So-
all the. Oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
4K players.
No,
are
no,
just
I was just going to
expensive.
say, so Nick is making obscure references about a show you can't even watch anymore because they pulled it off the network
Yeah,
site.
What did
The
you do?
network
You
that
bought
created it.
the discs.
No, I bought them digitally off of YouTube.
You just complained
know.
about it.
Doesn't look like anything to me.
Okay, nice reference. That's
You
a good
bought
reference.
Westworld digitally on YouTube.
Yeah. You can buy
Nick
seasons
is
of shows
such
on
a
YouTube.
wild man.
They took Westworld off HBO.
Yeah, it's not there anymore.
That's pretty weird.
But what's the point? It's an HBO
mean, that-
original
that should
series.
be a hint
Exactly.
right
That's
there.
what we're saying.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
It's so weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
I
that's
mean, they would never take Sopranos off HBO.
yeah, exactly. I would absolutely never go out of my way to watch that show again. I really liked the first season though. I was super into it, but
Same.
never,
I always forget
never
that John
again.
watched it because I don't remember when season 1 aired us even talking about it. I thought it was just Stibbs and I saying, "Wow, did you see Westworld? Wow, did you see Westworld?" And then John apparently watched it someday, and I don't even remember this.
Nice job.
No, I watched it when it was happening,
Yeah,
but
see,
I stopped with like 2 episodes left because I was like, I've seen enough.
You didn't even know who the man in the black hat was, John. Spoiler
No.
alert. He was the guy from the other episodes or the same episodes.
The younger
Wait,
guy.
does Paige know that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank God. I was like, wait, did I just spoil season 1 of Westworld?
that would have been pretty rough.
Yeah, he's like, no, we're just 3 episodes in.
The Man in Black is actually the old
No,
guy.
we're 2
Uh-huh.
episodes into season 2
Well,
now.
now I really am glad I didn't keep going.
You missed out on
It
it.
makes me kind of want.
Dude, they took that thing in a way. I mean,
They didn't have to take it in that direction.
I know it could have been a good
They had
show.
so many possibilities. Let's explore. Not a weeb. Let's explore samurai
go.
world more. That
Yeah.
could have been fun.
No, that would have been stupid also. But they were like, let's go follow. Who is it? Jesse Pinkman?
Yeah.
Like,
Jesse Pinkman shows up and he hangs out with Dolores.
what in the world?
That was what season? That was 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was. I watched one episode and I said
Disaster.
no. I think I was on my phone throughout half of it, and I thought, nope, I'm okay.
It's not even Westworld anymore. It's City World.
It's Jesse
You're in the
Pinkman
city.
world.
Mm.
I don't care what Jesse Pinkman's
It
doing.
has made me want to go back and watch the original movie because I know it's nothing like the show, but I am curious about the OG.
Oh, here we go.
I
We're
ran
gonna
out of
get
television
punished.
to watch because there's no ESPN to watch right now, and I watched the season 3 finale of Breaking Bad,
Oh, good
Great
one.
episode.
and then the first episode of season
Run.
4,
No, wait,
which
run.
was
Oh,
Box Cutter.
yeah.
Yeah,
Man, that's good stuff right there, Happer.
that guy
Yeah.
who played
I hated that guy.
the guy who played
Who got his- who got-
what was his name?
the guy who got cut.
Yes, Victor.
I hated that
That
character.
guy sucked.
Oh, horrible person.
That guy was terrible.
He was always in a bad mood.
100%.
He was
Yeah, but the
probably a
dude who-
millionaire.
Yeah, but the dude who replaced him was a bad dude too.
Who's the guy who replaced
Tyrus.
Victor?
Tyrus.
Tyrus was not quite as
He was the taller, slender.
yes.
Because the first guy, whatever his name was, he was
Victor.
Hispanic,
Yes.
and Tyrus was black.
I just thought
And
Victor was a bad
and he
Michael's
also was
black.
ill-tempered.
The guy who played Victor was just a bad actor, I think.
Well, you try acting on Breaking Bad. See how easy it is for you.
It would be difficult. Bryan Cranston is the GOAT. That
when
guy's
he,
awesome.
he did the whole charade of trying to making the
Yeah.
meth.
Come on.
Yeah.
Man. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You don't know how
you
to
weren't
make
gonna-
meth.
I've been standing here the whole time watching you. Yeah, you.
I know you're full.
I hated that guy.
Yeah, that guy sucked. And then Tyrus.
Yeah,
came
I was.
in
I
and
was
just
kind of
sucked.
glad he got it.
Are you going to watch the new show from Vince Gilligan?
Yes, it comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow night.
Yeah,
I'm going to
absolutely.
watch that
Was
too.
it
Yeah.
Pluribus.
Polybius?
Such a
Pluribus.
weird name, but I'm in. I barely know what it's about. I see the trailers. I'm like, I don't know what's going
That's
on
the
here.
whole bit. They're not telling you what
I-
it's about.
Yeah, I saw Alan Sepinwall mentioned it. Alan Sepinwall, friend of the program, Alan Sepinwall.
Alan Sepinwall.
And he, in his newsletter last week, he wrote, I am embargoed from saying anything about the show, but I will be recapping it weekly, and I have multiple things coming on it next week. That should tell you how I feel about it. And I was like, awesome. It's going to be a great show.
Here's a question for you, Josh.
Yeah.
Sort of personal question.
Uh-oh.
If you had to sign, if you were embargoed from information about a television show,
Okay, I thought you were going to say something else.
no,
yeah.
about a television show,
Sure.
because you love talking about television shows,
do.
or like you signed an NDA.
And Josh likes leaking embargoed information.
You're right? Yeah. What would you do?
If it
Would
was a
you
part,
be able to do that?
Even if
of
it
course
wasn't
I
embargoed.
would. If it was a part of the situation, yes, I would agree to be embargoed. I
you would be sitting here winking at the camera. I think
I'd say
you
I'm
should
not
watch
allowed-
Pluribus.
I'm not allowed to say how I feel about it, but I look forward to talking about it with everyone every week. That's probably what I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Matt Rule should have done. He should have talked to Sepinwald about
Should have leaked it.
embargoing the. Well, I'm just just saying the information is embargoed.
I should have done that. Should have done that.
He should. Yeah, he should do. I mean, Matt Rule's probably due for one of these. Like,
Uh-oh.
he's gonna do like a social experiment in the off season. Like, call everyone individually and tell them that something is happening, but it's embargoed, and see how fast it leaks and who it leaks from.
That's a great
Wouldn't that be
idea.
an awesome idea?
But then he'd have to get everybody's number, and that's
There's
not
a lot
easy.
of.
Oh no, it'd be easy.
Apparently, there's a lot of people that would have to be investigated. Because that circle is like an amoeba. It just kind of
It's like a pluribus.
grows. It's just huge.
like a Pluribus.
It's like a
Mhm.
virus. You know, it's not a.
He
It's
should
not
do
a
that.
tight circle.
Tight.
Yeah, it's not like one of those.
He should do that, just not during the season when he's busy trying to win
Easy.
football games.
Yeah.
Just a different time.
We're going to tackle the whole, what's a fair criticism, what's an unfair criticism. That is one thing I am glad we haven't gotten out of this week. At least I haven't seen it. So
What's that?
Is the contract extension distraction thing.
We haven't done that. You're right. You're talking about
We haven't done it because I haven't really heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
John is saying, like, was the contract extension last week a distraction that caused them to lose? Is that what you're saying, John? That we didn't?
Well,
do
yeah.
discourse?
That because that was
Yeah.
one of the narratives that came out of Minnesota week.
I think it ended up sort of contributing to the emotional ball of fire that was created
on that one drive.
after this. No, not the one drive.
One
The whole game and the weekend, and everybody was really emotional.
Yeah, Otson says that really wasn't much of a topic on overreaction either. I was surprised. Yeah, now I think back and it's like, wow, that didn't come up on Saturday night.
No, it didn't.
Because the World Series was on and Otson and McMaster were reacting to it.
And that one
time.
guy called in to say hike.
That guy sucked. You know,
he called our show.
You know,
today,
did he?
And he apologized.
Whoa. Okay, good. That's what
You said Diddy.
Oh my gosh, Nick. Shut
Josh.
up, Nick. That guy was terrible.
So stupid.
That guy was among the worst callers that I have ever heard on the show.
I missed this. What happened?
Matt misspoke and said
he said he was trying to hike him offside.
instead of draw them offside.
That guy, yeah.
And so the guy was just trying to basically call Matt a young idiot. Is what he was trying to do.
A gotcha.
Well,
But he called today and said, I was a little under the influence, and
I figured as much.
shocking.
And I said a bad word, and I apologize. I like Matt.
Everybody said a bad word on Saturday. I spoke with some, I know Odson's watching right now. Somebody was like, okay, so what happened? Because Odson just kept yelling at people. And I said, it's my dad. It's like people kept saying GD and the S word. And so he was like, you're not allowed to take the Lord's name in vain. It was so funny. It was so funny.
What was it about this game that brought out all the swear words?
Probably
we
the
nightness. We usually get well,
At
yeah,
night.
but we've had
Grandpa's
we've had a
cough
ton
medicine.
People were tailgating since 10 a.m.
But we have a lot of night games, a lot of frustrating night games. Why was this one all of a sudden the one that brought out? Because usually we average. What would you say? Oh, so it's the blackout.
No, don't say that, Happer. No, it was the red out.
Blackout makes you say bad words.
I also think too, once they kept saying don't do this, the listeners were like children. Oh, okay, I will just keep doing it.
Yeah, that's lesson number one.
Because someone was like, couldn't they beep it?
That's a rookie mistake by Odson.
I said, do you know how when you flush the toilet, how you can't flush it again?
Yeah.
And they were like, yes. I said,
That's exactly it. Oh my God.
That is the dump button. It needs time to fill
good.
fill
To
back
recycle.
Up. It
fill
does.
Need to refill the bowl.
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh,
it does.
boy.
indeed.
Wow, Josh,
'Cause-
great
'cause-
comparison.
I do what I can.
Because we average maybe one swear word per overreaction, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think maybe slightly over, but yeah.
Sounds about right.
But
Well, let's do
there was
one
like
and a half.
a lot of them.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Guess
What's
we
the
can't wear
words?
black anymore.
I know. It just brings out
It brings out the naughty in people.
You know
the GDs.
what
Yeah.
is annoying though? And this happened to me a couple times back in my overreaction producing days. There was one specific zone host who, when somebody swore, they wouldn't kick them off the air. They would keep egging them on, even after I hit the
I
dump
wonder who
button.
that was.
And it is,
Are they still at the station?
they are.
Ah,
That
really?
makes a lot of
Yep.
sense.
Yeah, you got to hang up on them immediately.
Uh-huh.
You can't. It's
somebody
it's a
who really likes
punishment.
talking to all the people in all the situations. I imagine
Mm.
probably that person. Here's
Well,
a suggestion for Nick.
Yes.
This is from Jesse.
Okay.
Will you guys please make a YouTube short of this guy belittling Matt on overreaction?
Oh, that's a great
and then
idea.
you can splice it together with this call from our show today. What do you think, Nick? You're the video man.
That's a good idea.
That is a really good
You
idea.
should do it.
I'll have to scrub the video.
It's
Find the
super
call.
early. I mean, it is one of the first phone calls of
Scrub
the
it.
whole show. It's very easy to find.
Which is interesting because I mean that's like a real specific thing to get into, and criticism to get in. That's more like a late hour 2 call.
Well, what he said, John, was like he had this take locked and loaded, and then Matt said hike, and then it just sent him in a completely different.
Oh,
He
boy.
just completely racked that take and went with the hike thing.
Oh boy.
Katie says, I can't wait to call in at 1 a.m. this week and get the people going. Wow, that is going to be a late.
Yes, it is.
No, it won't.
Late post-game show.
Nope.
I mean, it's going to start late, John. You
It's going
can't
to start at
control that.
midnight. Yeah, so I mean, right
It
there.
will be. It's late by default.
The game is at 8:00.
Yep.
Yep.
Midnight.
You're
like
saying
I
it's a 4-hour game.
It's
Overtime?
11:30 earliest.
a little overtime action, you know. John, you should start the show like Tim Brando will do. You say, "How do you do?"
Thank you, Timmy B.
Yep, you should do
Listen, this is the 3rd Timmy B game of the
I
year. I don't think
know.
people want to hear
that.
that.
I wanted Benetti so bad because we had Benetti's phone number. I was going to text him and say, "Hey, Jason, you want to join the
Text
show?"
me.
Be a better team.
Gah, sucks.
Damn it.
I know. I was going to text him immediately. Not
Oh.
immediately. It would have been late on Saturday.
Where's
I would've
Benetti
texted
this
him,
weekend?
probably a good game. I don't know.
Ow.
No
This
offense.
is horrible.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's guess where Benetti is at. Is he at?
Benetti, I think Benetti, I heard Benetti doing a college basketball game over the last 2 nights. I think he was he was doing
He's a
Michigan
busy guy.
Iowa State
because
at,
he lives in Detroit. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
oh, that's right. Iowa State at TCU is a Fox game. That's probably what he's doing. I mean, because the only other game is Big Noon, which is Indiana at Penn State. Oh, wait, no. Northwestern at USC on Friday. Could he do that game?
Yeah, if Timmy B's not on that one, because I thought Timmy B, that was like his deal. Was
Or maybe
Friday.
Tim Brando does both because they're both in LA.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. A little doubleheader.
Wow, good point.
Yeah.
Double Timmy B.
Wow. How do you do?
How do you do
How
times
do
2?
How
you
do
do?
You do.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, you do.
John
times
writes
2.
overtime, so Josh is predicting a loss. Stay tuned. I will give my game prediction on
Oh.
Are
Friday.
you going to yet again predict something to go to overtime?
No, actually, I was doing that as a bit just to make John mad, but now maybe I will predict the game to go to
You know what?
overtime.
Guess what? If this thing goes into overtime, we're going on the air at the end of regulation.
That's not allowed, John.
I'll do what I want.
It actually
That's
is
what we're
allowed.
doing.
You just
Put
can't
it-
disseminate.
Put it on. Yeah. I mean, we literally did a show during an entire bowl game.
That's true.
People forget.
McMaster and I did go on before the Minnesota game was over.
the book had pretty much been written on
Yeah,
that one.
so we missed something. Oh, we missed the final Raiola sack because of that. We were just waiting for it to end so we could start, and I didn't realize that Raiola had gotten sacked or whatever.
Stargazer.
I like this idea. This is a good idea.
According to my brother, per 506 Sports, Benetti is doing Northwestern USC. All right, so there you go.
No double Timmy B.
Wow.
Just single Timmy B.
Hmm.
How do you do times
How
1?
do you do?
Oh,
Maybe
wait.
Benetti just doesn't like the Rose Bowl.
Perhaps.
I prefer the allure of the Coliseum over the trashy Rose Bowl.
They're both crap holes, aren't they?
Well, they're kind of.
What are we watching?
You've never seen a woman before,
Oh,
Josh?
so this is a world record,
It's
actually.
a very specific
So we kept it. Usually, bonk. For some reason, Gary and Matt
Bonk.
like to watch
Bonk.
NBC in the
For
mornings.
some reason. What's on at NBC in the morning?
NBC.
The Today Show.
They love the Today
They
Show.
like the Today Show, and I just never changed it today. And we've gotten all the local news, and now we're on Inside Edition. They're showing this hot golf lady.
Yeah, she's very scantily clad right now, John.
She's not
Oh,
even
is this-
clad
is-
in the middle.
yeah, she
was
was
this-
not clad.
just wearing
is
golf
this-
balls.
Is this the one who has the large frontal protuberances?
Yeah,
and
but it's not Holly
does a lot of
Saunders.
videos and stuff.
It's not Holly Saunders anymore.
No, not Holly. What's her name? Paige something or other.
It may be her. I don't know. They all kind of flip.
and
the
they have
same.
and they're like doing golf in the
All
middle of the
blonde
afternoon
women
on
look
NBC.
the same, says Connor
It's
Happer.
all blonde golf women look the same. Yes, I actually stand by that.
It's Paige
Man.
Sporonic. Is that who it is?
Oh, it could be
Yeah.
her. It
That's
could
who
be
Charles
her.
guesses.
That's my guess. I would think.
There's got to be more than one though.
Just got a text that says, can't wait for Devin Gardner to randomly yell in the middle of the game again. Devin Gardner, friend of the Grum.
He just doesn't have any control over the volume of his voice. Or either that or he's trying to make every play seem like it's the biggest play.
You know what? For an 8 p.m. game, maybe we need to get yelled at so we can remain awake.
It's true.
Maybe we need that.
I always find it he was like saying whatever he was saying, and then he would like clearly take a look down at his page to see who was doing the thing that he was describing as well. It's just great.
By the way, why is this game starting at 8 instead of 7 or 6:30, which is like usually when the primetime game starts on a network?
I don't know. The times are all off this week. Everything's
Yeah.
all screwed
Let's
up.
see. So Fox has the early
They have
game.
Big Noon,
Then they have
right?
Iowa State TCU. Oh, you know what? I think, John? I think they might have a college basketball game before the Nebraska game. I will look it up.
Perfect.
Oh,
Wait for
you
that to
might
go
be
late.
Right.
I think I saw a commercial the other
I
day.
think you're right.
All right, I'm looking it
There's
up.
a 6:00 college basketball game.
Arkansas at Michigan State at 6
Yes.
o'clock. So they have
Incredible.
John has
Football-
been betrayed by the thing he loves most.
they have football at 11, football 2:30, college basketball at 6, Nebraska at 8. Yikes. Oh man, this sucks. We're gonna miss the start of the game. Get your apps ready. Upload your peacocks in your apps.
Oh,
Wow.
Upload your peacocks.
Right? Isn't that what Doug said?
yeah.
This
he
is
said-
unbelievable.
Wow.
I
Oh.
hope you guys are happy. I
Where's-
hope you basketball perverts
Oh,
are
and
happy.
here's Bigelow popping in Arkansas and Michigan State
Where's the game at?
in East Lansing.
That's Michigan.
the zone.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're putting that on Big
Maybe
Fella.
Benetti will be doing that game.
Wow, what if he flies all the way there?
They probably will.
Wow, that's crazy.
Unbelievable.
Tough.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I was looking at all the Scorsese movies just to see how many I've seen.
Ooh, over under. I'm gonna guess that Happer has seen
3.
I'm gonna go backward. I'm gonna go for most recent to least recent.
I think he has seen 4. I'm gonna
Okay.
guess 4.
I think I've only seen 4.
Never seen
got
Killers
3.
of Flower Moon. Never seen The Irishman. Never seen Silence. Never heard of Silence. Never. I have seen Wolf of Wall Street.
Yep, I knew that you've seen that. My guess is he's seen that, Departed, Casino, and Goodfellas. Those are the 4.
I have not seen Hugo.
I didn't know he did Color of Money.
I have seen Shutter Island.
Whoa!
I've seen Shutter Island.
The
I
overs
saw
are-
that in high school.
That movie sucks.
In the
I'm
movie
at 3
theaters.
right now.
I did not like that movie.
I saw The Departed.
Oh, Gangs of New York, says Jimmy. Have you seen Gangs of New
I
York?
have not seen
Oh.
The Aviator. I have
4,
not seen
5.
Gangs of New York.
Aviators. You would like the. You might. I have a feeling you would like the Aviator.
I have not seen Bringing Out the Dead, Kundun, Casino, The Age of Innocence, Cape Fear, Goodfellas.
You haven't seen Goodfellas? Hepper, that movie is a classic.
After Hours.
That is an
Color Money,
all-timer.
Sessions. Yep, 3. He seems like a pretty good director, though.
I'm at 5.
He was going to direct the Kool-Aid movie
You should watch
from
it.
that one show.
Goodfellas. That was funny. That was a funny bit. You should watch.
I should probably watch Goodfellas, but at this point, it's 3 hours long, and
It's so
I just
good.
don't.
You don't have 3 hours.
Goodfellas is on my Mount Rushmore.
I
of
watched
movies.
Godfather for Josh.
Goodfellas is better than Godfather. In
Really?
my opinion. John probably disagrees, but I like Goodfellas more.
I think Josh would disagree with
No,
that, too.
Godfather's better.
Goodfellas is Godfather is like, this is how gangsters used to be, like in the proper sense, where Goodfellas is like, this is how gangsters are in the grimy, sense, which I like about it.
Murder. You like murder.
There is murder in both.
So
of
you
them,
like
yes.
modern mafia better than you like.
Yes, it's like the
past
Sopranos, John.
mafia.
I kind of like the gangsters that are chasing after the good old days. Like I love that about the Sopranos that Tony is like, I got in at the end or whatever he says.
Oh,
in the
so
pilot.
you're a Godfather 3 guy over here.
No, I
Original
would say. I'm a
Godfather.
Cowboys fan, so it kind of fits, right? Like
Yeah, it
I'm
does.
chasing after the good old days, and I'll never
Yeah.
get it. Goodfellas rocks, man. That movie is so
Yeah,
good.
it is very good. It's my second favorite for sure.
Casino is good. Goodfellas is an all time.
Maybe I'll watch it. Maybe
You
I'll
don't
watch
have
it.
ESPN.
I don't have ESPN. I have time.
Yeah. What are you gonna do before the basketball game tonight? You could watch Goodfellas.
I'm not going to watch Goodfellas from 3 o'clock this afternoon until 6.
I mean, that would cover.
It would cover most of what I need to get covered.
What if I got him to put it on the big screen here?
Whoa.
I'd check in from time to
Are
time.
you going straight there?
Well, I mean, I'll probably go down there and just start working on tomorrow's show. And
Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Are you wearing this? Is this the garb for tonight?
I don't know.
You look comfy.
Yeah, probably.
Man, I need to get me some Roback.
Ooh,
Every time
Roback.
you wear it, you look so comfortable.
Don't look at the price tag.
Yeah, I don't want to.
It's bad.
Can they sponsor us? Roback, I would love for you to sponsor me.
Yes, hello Roback, please. We will say Roback is great. Send us
It
stuff.
looks great.
Yeah, it feels great. John has the polos.
Oh my gosh, I need one of these
I got the
Robacks.
polos.
I need a Roback because they have all sorts of
Got the
college
polos.
gear, do they not?
They do. Many
Yes.
colleges.
Yes, they do.
They got Nebraska stuff. They have a Nebraska one. It's just like this,
Wow,
except for it says N instead of bird.
it says N instead
N
of bird.
instead of bird.
All right, I'm gonna hit them up. Hey, do you want to sponsor me?
Yeah, that'll work.
I mean, I've tried it before with other things. I've reached out to
Really? Has that ever worked?
no, I reached out to the non-alcoholic beer that is mainly targeted towards runners and said, I have a running podcast. Would you like to sponsor? And they were like, cool. What kind of numbers do you get? And I was like, very few, but here they are. And they never responded.
That's usually the rub, right?
Hey, but at least
Yeah.
you tried.
I tried. I was like, look, I don't really
they
need it."
responded though.
They responded like, yeah, here's the thing to fill out. Let us know your numbers.
That's the athletic, yes.
yeah, I like
Yeah.
It's actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, this is a good idea. Maybe I'll start doing this to things that I like.
You just cold call.
Yeah. Just
They
like
do
to-
sponsor podcasts. I hear them on multiple college football podcasts, and they aim at exactly what you just said. Hey, licensed team apparel.
Like, what if I hit up like the Kansas City Royals? You
Now
know?
that might be a little more difficult.
Okay, they don't
Yeah.
need any more reach.
No, I just don't think it would fit any of your entities that you do, shows for. Like Roback would fit like your podcast
Well, I
or
have
the
a sports
radio
talk
show.
radio show.
Yeah, I guess you do talk about the Royals a lot, so maybe they would.
Mhm.
We have a relationship with them.
Royals, send me stuff.
There you go. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool.
I would love stuff. Happy to rep the Royals.
Spencer says, if Josh talks better about small town people, I will give him my discount. Ooh, he has a Roback discount?
Whoa.
I love small
How do you get a
town.
Roback discount?
You got to be an influencer. Maybe this is an influencer.
Is Spencer a small town influencer?
Maybe he does combine videos.
I have a home field discount I can offer to people, 20% off.
There you go.
First order.
That's cool.
Yeah. Pretty neat.
Many people
Isn't
have.
that for everybody?
There's a whole new.
I can give it to you right now, John.
People
No,
are
but
doing.
I'm saying it's a first time discount, so isn't that for everybody who uses it for the first time?
Yeah. But then I get a little kickback.
You do.
I've had 30 people use my code.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What's
I should email the guy from Homefield because I know him and say, hey, can I just combine all these into like one free thing? Because they got some really sick stuff.
They do have some nice stuff.
I'm going to reach out. Maybe I'll reach out during a commercial break. Hey, look at all these codes. Could I like cash them
And
in?
we did that. We had them for our podcast last year, and
They reached out to me when they first had Nebraska stuff. They hit me up and I got a bunch of gear.
oh, you got the box.
I got the box.
You got
They
the
were
box.
very nice.
Many people were tweeting about the box.
And thank you, Aaron Sorensen, for helping set that up.
I
He's
wanted
like,
an
"Hey,
Iowa box. That'd be fun.
They have really cool Iowa stuff.
They do.
Have you guys seen the farm content on? You haven't?
Farm content.
Every once in a while, there's.
I love small towns.
there's like some content
Wink.
creators on farms,
These aren't my people.
and they're talking about the things that they do, and how hard their jobs are and their trucks and things like that.
All the handouts I get from the government.
No, they're not talking about any of that.
Probably
stuff.
for the best.
They're not talking about that stuff. But it's good.
They're actually getting screwed by the government right now, Josh.
Yeah, I've heard about this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the government's
Don't
closed.
vote against your own
Yeah.
self-interest.
There is no government.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
closed. It's closed.
Yeah. They need the open sign.
You're right.
I love open signs.
It is great when you go up to a place and the sign is lit. and
That's
it
the
says
ones that I
open.
like.
The
ones
sign is lit, unless the sign is too tiny, like the new McDonald's.
How
on
do you guys
84.
feel?
John was really triggered
John
about this.
hates
Oh, this is
tiny.
so stupid.
John thinks that
What's John
signs are.
triggered about?
He thinks that signs are smaller now because of woke.
It's not. I don't know what it is. Well, I do know what it is. It's
Wokeism.
people.
It's woke.
It's people who don't like signs. It's neighborhood associations. It's city governments.
He was
people
saying
don't
Gen
like
Z
big size.
didn't like big signs, so they made
I don't
them
think
smaller
they do, Nick. I really don't think
because
they
of
do.
woke.
I mean, they are kind of gaudy.
Fine,
you
it's
know?
woke. Go ahead, blame it on woke. But somebody has decided that signs got too big, and now we're going to.
Probably
the
an
other
ad
direction
agency somewhere,
make-
John.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah, but you would admit,
An
Nick,
ad agency wants more coverage, not less coverage.
when you see you go by one of those roadside places, they're very prevalent on like Cornhusker. You take Cornhusker into Lincoln when you go down to the tailgate on Saturdays.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you
so,
No,
So
but I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about.
so there's one of those roadside motels
Uh-huh.
that says like no vacancy. It's
Uh-huh.
all it's big.
It's like when
it's
Jesus
whatever.
came into
or
the
it's
world.
like we have HBO. Like
Mhm.
those signs are
Not
kind of
Westworld.
they're kind of gaudy. Like they're kind of a bit of an eyesore.
I mean, I don't like them, but I just associate them with the city, and I'm from not the city. And if I want to look at nature, I'll just be in not the city. It's just
What?
big signs are just city to me. It's just they belong in the city. Sure, have
So-
big signs. You're the city.
It's awfully binary.
Yeah.
Big signs.
What big signs don't exist in the city? Which ones are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you don't like big signs outside the city.
I mean, not necessarily. I want to see nature outside the city, but I'm
Oh.
not bothered if signs are big
Neither
because
am I. That was
in
my
the city
point.
because it's fine.
What about
I
the
like-
big billboard that they don't do anymore that has the updates from the Husker game?
Every time I
Yeah.
think of that, I think about you.
I know, because I would send you a picture every time.
That was so funny. That was a great bit.
It was a whole year at least, maybe two.
I kept waiting for a score to end 20-16 in favor of the visitors
I know that would have been awesome.
because we would have had a 16-20 the sign.
Is it
Ah.
because they kept losing and the sign makes everyone sad?
Maybe.
It's sad.
Well, it got to the point there late in its run where if Nebraska did lose, it would be up for like on Sunday and Monday, and it would be gone by Tuesday.
I know.
Wow.
Back in the day when Nebraska was really rolling, every single business would use their marquee to predict
the game.
Yep.
They don't do that anymore.
It doesn't happen anymore
because it's
because
gonna
everybody would
happens.
predict them to lose.
yeah, it's a sad loss.
I saw it on a car wash of all things, and not one of the new car washes where you have to buy like a membership, like an old school do-it-yourself car wash. And for some reason, it's at 48th and Highway 2.
Okay.
And they had a prediction. I can't remember which game it was, but when I was driving in to do Jack's show one Friday morning, It was like, wow, that used to be a staple. Like everybody used to have. Josh says Nebraska 28, Oklahoma 21.
Yeah, and they would spell
whatever.
says like S-E-Z.
S-E-Z.
I miss those
What
days.
a great time. Remember Boondockers? Boondockers had it.
Boondockers.
Boondockers is gone now.
May it rest in power.
Boondockers had the sign, and I would take the bus to school, and we would come down the hill, and then it would have the prediction of Nebraska winning every single week.
We have a sign. Can we get our score predictions on the sign? Happer says
that. Yeah, can we?
I mean, it's broken. We could get the little letters
I don't think
though,
it works
and
anymore.
put it up there. We could do it like an old school sign. We could do that.
God, that'd be great.
Yeah, it would be pretty cool.
If we could all put our predictions on the board, we have a board.
Very sad.
And it's been grandfathered in, so it has no rules. We can put whatever we want on there.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they
it
have
doesn't
bones. We
work.
have board.
If we change out that board because it doesn't work, does that mean we're no longer grandfathered in?
I think so.
My brother says Throwback Thursday to that gas station in downtown Lincoln that would always have the score
Oh,
prediction.
yeah.
Was that the one that was on
Cars.
like
Or
right
not
off,
Cars.
right off
Yes.
On 9th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Right
There's
there
not
off the
that gas
interstate.
station is gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's an empty lot right now.
That's where I saw the Rutgers fans changing the score and looking at it saying, "You bastard! You changed it." Great times.
Oh man.
Great times.
Yeah,
Man.
unbelievable.
We miss signs.
Yeah.
You're John. You're right about
See?
this. Woke
I-
did kill
see,
signs.
Yeah. Bring back big signs.
Come on, Nick. Make it happen.
I want big
Okay.
signs.
I'll get right on it.
All right. There you go.
All right. Well, there you go. All right, Connor. Well, it looks like the Jays are getting ready for their
Whoa!
walk through here.
Wow. I'll be right
They've
there.
just come out of film, and they're ready to do some walking through. Let's see.
They're gonna do my walkthrough too. Oh, it's a big night.
Yeah, big night.
Big night. How can you possibly see them? They probably look like little ants to you right now.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but the team's bigger this year, like size-wise. So
That's true.
I see them actually a lot better. You know, last year I couldn't see Stephen Ashworth, but now I can see Nick Graves.
This is where all the media is now, right?
Sorry, Steven, I didn't
Upstairs where
These are
John
being
is.
short.
Some of this is where the media like hub is
Okay.
upstairs.
Yeah.
The food and the
Well,
things
this is
of
where
that.
the food is.
Yeah.
Because what did they do with the old food room?
It's a big donor room now.
Yeah, it's for the champion circle. They have a pregame. meal.
Big donors.
Big donors.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to
All
see you,
right.
Happer.
Okay, bye.
Enjoy Goodfellas.
We'll see you tonight, Hap.
Bye.
We will get a Grum started live from my jail cell.
Yeah.
It's so bright in here.
It looks great.
I'm gonna break into that jail cell.
I almost need
stop
to,
by.
I'm gonna break in
almost
like
need to
30
turn the
minutes.
light
Want to be a
off, man.
guest on our show today?
Sure, I'd love to talk about things.
All right.
Well, apparently we've added guests since
we just
started this
did. Yes,
segment.
since the crossover started. We didn't get a time on it, but we got one coming up at some point in time today.
Is it Benetti?
No.
Is it Timmy B?
No.
That'd be awesome if we got Benetti. Hey, we're just going to talk
I'd
to you.
say nice get, Nick.
Hey, Jason, would you like a scouting report? Nebraska played Northwestern and USC in back-to-back weeks.
Oh, that's
we can tell you
true.
the whole skinny.
I can give him a take.
We can.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be back after this. The crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The guy who does the Everlevel commercials is down on the floor right
But he's huge.
now, coaching. 1620 the zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Boys Town Ear, Nose, and Throat Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
Host is roasting every morning. Post is roasting every day.
Post Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Fall's here, and just like your favorite football team, your home needs a strong defense. Don't let a broken furnace cost you more than a free agent signing. Skransky Heating and Cooling has kept Omaha homes like yours comfortable. Their playbook? A fast, reliable furnace system check that keeps your home warm, safe, and game day ready. Call Skransky Heating and Cooling today and schedule your furnace check before the cold takes the field. Get details at heatomaha.com. Skransky, your home comfort MVP.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
KOZN. moment they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, the crossover season. I mean, I'm not talking about our crossover, but
Powered by Every Level Concrete?
No, not that one.
Oh.
The true crossover season has begun.
It's already here.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the CHI Health Center. Man, that scoreboard looks fantastic from up here.
It's not too small for you, John?
It's nice and big.
Yeah. The funny thing is the old one was, it wasn't as big as this one, but it was still bigger than the signs I see on the road these days.
Got him.
This one is nice.
Star Wars fan writes,
nice.
John at the drive-thru. Order when you're ready. John, yeah, your sign is too freaking small. You know that? John, are you going to say that tonight after the game when you stop by and say, what's up with this sign? It's so tiny.
Damn it! Oh, damn it!
I'm sure they're not open, and I wouldn't stop at that one anyway because I have to cross the street to do it.
Oh, well, that's the wout.
See, I'm a guy when I'm driving home and I want to stop somewhere. If it's on the interstate or wherever.
Are you getting off on the right so then you can just get right back on?
Exactly. I hate having to cross back.
Yeah, it sucks.
Right? That's why, you see a lot of, when you're on the interstate, you see a lot of truck stops and gas stations and restaurants on both sides of the interstate.
It's very nice. What, Nick?
That feels like something that should also bother me, but it doesn't. I'm fine with crossing over.
So to be fair, when John leaves and goes home, it's often very, very, very late. You don't have to worry as much about, you're not going to deal with a whole lot of traffic. That said, I understand, John. I understand. I'm picking up what you're dropping. I'm picking it up.
Picking up his poop?
No, I'm not picking up anyone's, my dog's. Banksy had a meaty one today. Holy God. It was
congrats,
nice. But it wasn't
man.
squishy.
So,
Shout out to you, Banks.
The other day, we have this thing now where, Wrigley will go out in the backyard and do her business, but at night when, as the weather gets, a little inclement, I'll just walk outside in the front and take her with me. And, she's got her little routine. She likes to rub her face in the grass and then do the little roll over thing. She loves rolling over in the grass. And then she does her business. And it's always number one.
Shout out.
So Monday night, when I wasn't watching the football game because I had no access to it, that's, trash day is Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
Normally I do that at halftime. Well, I had no idea when halftime was, so I just did it when I did it. And took Wrigley outside, and I'm rolling the trash cans out, and she's doing her thing, and then she walks down the strip of grass. I call it the island strip between the sidewalk and the street. And she's walking, and I'm keep waiting. And I'm like, I thought she already did her business. She drops a number 2.
Oh,
she never does number 2 in the front, and it was past the property line. It was in the neighbor's yard.
Oh no, Wrigley.
And it was like, oh, okay. But she did it underneath the street light, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just kind of made a mental note. Okay, it's under the street, blah, blah. Because I didn't have a bag, a poop bag.
Find the bag.
And so I bring her back in the house. I go out and I grab one of her bags and I go back out to find it. We are now at that terrible time of year where the leaves are falling. And
all the leaves are brown.
Leaves are brown.
And instead of the
Dookie, sky gray?
Instead of the Dookie standing out amongst the grass.
Green Day?
Yeah. Instead of the Dookie standing out in the middle of the grass, there's all these leaves. And so I'm like looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I'm looking and I say it. And I said, this is one of those deals where I'm going to step in it.
Uh-oh.
And like 2 seconds later, you feel the heel I had my slip,
no.
my sandals on. I had my slip-on sandals.
Oh no, John!
You feel that moment where the ground gives way just a little bit more than you're used to, and I like, oh crap, look over, and there it was. I was like, well, I found it.
That's a bummer. Well, D'Lo says Sipple would have left it. Oh yeah, did you think about pulling a Sipple and just leaving your dog's crap in the neighbor's yard? No, because you're a good person, John. Not that Sipple's bad.
No,
what he does is bad.
No, I wasn't going to do that. Yeah. I mean, and I thought I had a good beat on where it was because it was underneath the street light. But then, I realized
street light.
There's a whole bunch of damn leaves on the ground, and I'm like, oh crap.
And the sky.
And then I stepped in the crap.
Yeah, you certainly did.
It happens.
That's not what we're going to do, though, on the Grum today, John.
Nope.
Literally or metaphorically.
Nice.
Nope. We're not. We are not going to step in it today. Well, we hope not anyway.
Yeah.
This is the Grum Down, presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Good to be back.
Separating the fair from the unfair.
Oh.
This is about criticism. This is kind of in relation to what Matt Rule talked about earlier this week about people bad-mouthing.
Okay.
I think we're pretty much of the consensus now that it was directed more towards people outside the walls of the program, but inside the walls of the state, and not so much in the locker room, because I can't imagine anyone in this locker room being allowed to badmouth the program.
Heck, sometimes they don't even badmouth the opposition, and Rule has to talk him into it.
Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Blue Jay basketball is back, folks. That's why I'm here in my jail cell, and this is why the Jays are down on the floor going through their walkthrough before tonight's game against South Dakota. Airtime 6 p.m. with Austin Jacobson, another live edition of Blue Jay Shoot Around, and then yours truly and former Blue Jay Tyler Clement will get you going at 6:30. I'll talk to Mac, get his thoughts before the game,
his takes,
then air the game at 7. Then
tips and tricks.
Probably wait 40 minutes before everyone's done in the press room, and then interview Mac, and then get home at a late hour.
Are you doing the show from home tomorrow, John, or am I going to see your face here in studio?
Can't.
Why not?
I have something to do in Omaha tomorrow over the noon hour. So
so you're saying you can't stay home. You wish you could, but you're unable to.
Right.
Noon hour in Omaha. What the hell is this?
Wow.
It's another thing for the American cancer folks.
Oh,
American
that's
Cancer Society folks.
I was going to make a joke, and now I'm not going to make a joke.
Yeah,
That's really
me too. Yep, I beat you to it with serious talk.
Yeah, rats.
Eric Edholm has just been added to the list. He's just been activated off the practice squad. Eric Edholm, our good friend of NFL.com, will join us.
Nice get, Nick.
Talk about the trade deadline that wrapped up yesterday and look ahead to the week's action.
Okay.
John Walker of Omaha.com. He's going to be here in this building in a couple of hours covering this here basketball game.
Is he going to join you in the jail cell for the interview?
I don't believe we made that arrangement.
Okay. Just wondering. I'm looking forward to chatting with him.
It never hurts to ask a man to share the cell with you, John.
That's true.
Is 2025 more of the same from Rule?
Oh.
We have more interesting charts. I found this very interesting.
I would agree.
Fired up for football. Unless you have YouTube TV.
But you can listen on 1620 The Zone.
But you can listen up. Yeah, you can listen. That's fun.
Who got kissed by the CFP committee? Oh, there were takes.
Big ol' smooch.
There were takes. I'll be honest with you, I didn't have a lot of strong takes. It's just a committee poll, and there's like 5 weeks left or 6 weeks left or whatever until we have to decide these things.
Also, a lot of it they'll play it out on the field.
I had a big question when I saw.
Okay, so you can ask us that question later.
I can.
All right.
Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs.
Awesome.
And it's a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Lovely.
You can send us your dumb debates right now, this second, or anytime actually, because our email and our tweeter is always on.
Mm-hmm.
You can always tweeter at us in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620. We still have our poll question up from yesterday regarding what you think Nebraska's record will be. Added another question about the Jays. What's the expectation this year?
I voted.
You can go to the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page and vote right now.
Nice.
And engage with us by just using the hashtag dumb debates if you send us a dumb debates, because that would be very appreciated. You can email your dumb debates or just email us in general. We read a lot of emails yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Equitable Bank, Zone Inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. So all of that fun stuff is coming up. So coming up next, we're going to talk to our dear, dear friend, longtime friend of the Grum, our NFL guy, Eric Edholm, and get his thoughts on what happened yesterday as the trade deadline expired. And now it is the downhill run to the end of the regular season, right? For most teams.
Halfway.
They've kind of hit that halfway there. All of that and more is next here on 1620 The Zone.
Hellsberg Gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrap.
UnsportsmanLike.com's Eric Edholm, who has been so kind to give us a few minutes here this afternoon on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. Eric, good afternoon. I hope you've recovered from the wild and wackiness of the trade deadline.
Yeah, I have. It was an exciting one. I wasn't sure if we'd get the star quality we did, but the Jets made it a fun day for us.
We'll kind of zero in on the Jets in a minute, but I'm just curious from your perspective of the people who were buyers, whether it was yesterday or prior to yesterday, who do you think has done the most to improve their situation?
Well, I mean, Quinnen Williams can really do wonders in Dallas. I think he's a sort of a perfect fit for that the current scheme they're running. And, they had to get some kind of difference maker. And, I think price was fair, probably. Most teams were coming in with like a 2 and a 4 or something, and, they held out, they got what they wanted. And that was sort of important for them. So, for the Jets rather, but yeah, no, I mean, Dallas needed something there, and is it going to save their season? Maybe not. I mean, the interesting one is obviously Indianapolis. This is, we're in uncharted territory in a lot of ways with them. Chris Ballard's never been this aggressive before. He's never had a team quite like this before, at least achieving at the level that it is currently. So, I guess it's a little fair to say it's out of character for him, but I mean, he's, DeForest Buckner, he got for 1 first, but to spend 2 first-round picks on Sauce Gardner, not only does it, reinforce the idea that Daniel Jones is going to be this team's quarterback for a while, but it also enhances the idea that they view themselves as Super Bowl contenders this year and probably next.
Yeah, Eric, I wanted to ask you about that move because they are a team, kind of a classic out of nowhere surprise that we have seen in the NFL, over the decades. And, to this point still, I think they have a lot of doubters. Their offense until this last week with all the turnovers had been, it was being compared to the all-timers in terms of a lot of the numbers.
Sure.
When you think about this shoring up deficiencies or helping them maintain the 1 seed or get to that level, like what do you think this is going to allow them to do over the course of the back half of the season as their schedule is going to get a little trickier?
It is, yeah, and I think, they faced some good receivers, and they knew they had to have somebody. I mean, they had kind of hidden the problem in the secondary pretty well to this point. Now, when you're scoring 33 points a game or whatever, you can kind of do that. But, they ran into a train the other day, and that was a wake-up call, I think. I'm not saying that losing to the Steelers compelled them, now we have to make a trade. But I think it was a good reminder that, if that passing game isn't humming, the operation can fall apart, and this was in the 2 losses, they've had 9 turnovers, the 7 wins, 1 turnover, so everything has been predicated on near perfect execution offensively. So I think they had to understand that we probably need some help back here. And if we don't want to go into this half-footed, we want to make sure we're getting a player that we really like, not just who's available. You know what I mean? Like, not just okay, because there were some second-tier corners who, third-tier guys who got traded, Michael Carter and McCreary and such. But I think they had their eyes. Chris Ballard said it in a statement. This is a guy they've been watching for a while and probably wanted coming out of the draft, and now they get the chance to get him. So, it's again speaks to how confident they are of the team they have, minus that secondary situation, which had been kind of looming for a while.
Eric Edholm of NFL.com joining us. Did it surprise you to see Philadelphia go so defensive forward? I mean, 2 defensive backs, Brandon Graham's coming back out of retirement. I mean, they have really tried to make some moves to shore up the defense, and nothing on the offensive side.
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, on the one sense, this is just a continuation of what Howie Roseman has done, which is, even if I can make little incremental gains, I'll do it, right? And picks be damned. Like, we'll move them, we'll get them, they always have that nice surplus from which to deal. They never deal from a position of desperation. They deal from a position of, this is where we plan to be, and now let's strike while the iron's hot. There was even some talk that, maybe they could have moved A.J. Brown at the deadline, and obviously they quashed that and, now are heaping all this praise on him. So I understand the question, because if there's one side of the ball where you feel like things have been way hot or way cold, it's probably that side. Defensively, it hasn't been perfect, but it's been a little steadier maybe. But how much can you really do? And there weren't really many offensive linemen who moved. Trevor Penning was one. It's probably the one position where they felt like, there may have been an upgrade somewhere along the way, but that just didn't happen. So I get the question. I think they feel like if we can come close to what we did defensively last year, and they're also getting Nolan Smith back from injury and a couple other guys. So maybe they can replicate that same formula from a year ago.
Eric, there was a lot of reporting coming after the deadline about Breece Hall, what the Jets were hoping for, what the Chiefs offered them. Were you surprised that, and from all reports, it sounds like they wanted a third, the Jets did, the Chiefs offered a fourth, so they were unable to make a deal. Were you surprised that maybe the Chiefs weren't willing to go to that price and get Hall onto the roster? Did it make sense to you?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously a third round or fourth rounder, that some teams really view that as a big difference, and to us, obviously, as we sit back and say, come on, it's just one round, come draft time, that can make a big deal. But at the same time, if you feel like, this Pacheco thing is going to be an issue and we really need some kind of game changer in the backfield, you make that move. On the other hand, too, some of their moves haven't always panned out. I know Kadarius Toney scored a touchdown in the Super Bowl, but did they really get a third round value out of him? I don't know. I don't think so. So even with the win, you can justify a lot of things, but I still think they have kind of a value system that they sort of adhere to, and maybe they're thinking we can get them later, and meaning next year, off season, whatever, and keep the pick.
NFL.com's Eric Edholm joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Well, while we're on the subject of the Jets, the thing that kind of sticks in my head with this organization is, that you've got a lot of picks. You got a couple of first rounders next year. You got multiple first rounders the year after that. But how do we know that the same people will be making those picks next year and the year after that? I mean, how likely is it that the same front office and the same brain trust are going to have the same control over those picks?
Absolutely a fair question. And this is what Jets fans who've been sold, fake goods before are asking themselves now, right? That it sounds good on the one hand, like, we have these talented defensive players, but the unit was ranked in the 20s and a lot of, you know what I mean? And so you can kind of justify it from that standpoint. And great, we got all these draft picks back, but we haven't historically hit on these picks. We haven't always made, the best value out of these selections. And B, like you said, who's going to be running the show at this point? If the owner's the same, the results tend to be the same. I mean, let's just look back at the history, and it hasn't been very good now for the better part of 3 decades. So it has to be frustrating for them. I mean, it's crazy because I actually agree with the approach. If you just look at it in a vacuum, what else do you want them to do? Do you want to try to hold this thing together and, give Aaron Glenn a really plucky, 4-13 team? No, you want to try to shoot for the moon. But having lived through the Jets experience, most fans are going to be tired of it. And, the ones who stick through it, God bless them. I really, and I hope the Jets can find a way. The NFL's better when they're more interesting, when they're a fun team. It just has been a long time since we've consistently seen that.
Eric, looking now at the season on the field, I don't remember how many years in a row you've been doing the power rankings, whether it's at your current stop or previous ones, but I have to
3 years.
Okay, so
3 years.
So we're 9 weeks in now. Is this the most changes that you have had to do, like every single week? I'm looking at the latest ones, and you jumped the Seahawks up 5 spots to number 1. You jumped the Rams up 5 spots to number 2. You jumped the Bills up 5 spots to number 4. Is this the most volatile that these things have been for you on a week in, week out basis over the 3 years that you've been doing it?
Well, let's put it this way too. I did Seattle radio yesterday, and they were like, "Really? Are you sure? Seattle number 1?" I mean, they weren't even convinced, right? So if they're not convinced, how could I be convinced? And I kind of could see this coming a little bit because, I've had now probably 4 different number ones in the last 5 or 6 weeks, and it was like a curse, right? As soon as I elevated somebody to number one, I started looking at bye weeks. All right, I'm going to put a team with a bye week so that I don't get burned 2 weeks in a row. Even that bit me with Tampa or Detroit or one of those. So yeah, I mean, I think it speaks to the season we're having right now, which is fun. I mean, we're at the midpoint, and you could always fall. That's why there's so much Eagles, Chiefs, Bills love right now, because who were the favorites in August? You'd throw in the Ravens, and once they get over 500, which they will, I think, they're going to be back in that mix too. Are they a Super Bowl contender? Because we're used to seeing those teams now. So part of it was like, all right, let's get some new blood in there. And how much more can I get hurt at this point? Right. I've been, humiliated with some of my picks. So give some new dogs a chance at the top.
And Eric, I literally had this down on my sheet because I've been kind of surprised at the lack of contendership talk that the Seahawks have been getting. Their losses are good losses. When they've won, typically they've won rather impressively, including on the road on Sunday night. And my question was, is Seattle being talked about enough as one of those NFC front runners? Obviously, in your view, it is, but it kind of surprises me now to hear you've been hearing back from Seattle people who are usually, very, very supportive, very optimistic, very, Seattle-like, pushing back, saying, are you sure about this?
Yeah, the self-confidence level is usually not hurting there, which is what made me laugh a little bit. And I try not to look around at other power rankings. I know your question wasn't about this, but most people have them between 5 and 8 or whatever, and that's okay. I get that, right? I had them in that range last week, but when you see a performance like Sunday night, and obviously Jaden got hurt late, but prior to the injury, I mean, they were curb stomping him, and it was pretty darn impressive to me, even coming off a bye. And so, the strides that Sam Darnold's made, I know he had a couple of so-so games before that, but that was a pretty impressive performance right there, and he's had more than one. And maybe it ends up shaping up kind of like Minnesota last year, where they rack up a bunch of wins and then, playoffs are a different story. It could happen, right? We don't know a lot about Mike McDonald. He's been able to win on the road. His defense has gotten after it, but the Bucs also kind of humbled them a little bit. So, it's hard to know. They have a little bit of a fool's gold quality, maybe just because we haven't gotten this large body of work from them yet. But with that front seven, and if the secondary keeps getting healthier like it is, and some of these younger players start kind of growing into these roles, and Torrey Horton's leading them in interceptions, Nicky Manwari's playing well. I mean, it's exciting, it's fun, and they're becoming this team that can throw to win, which is, I wasn't sure after trading DK whether they could be that kind of team. And without really Cooper Kupp having a big role so far. It's pretty impressive.
Eric, what most explains or represents your viewpoint on the Packers, is it that they are like able to raise their level of play in big games against good teams, or that they play down to competition and that's going to be a bigger problem? Like, I wonder, by the time we get to the postseason, is it going to be more of the former, or is the latter going to cost them too much before then?
Yeah, that's a fair question to ask, right? I mean, I guess if you sort of measure them against the better teams, they've actually ended up holding up better for the most part. And I mean, they're still obviously, I think, one of the 10 best teams in the NFL. But are they 10th? Or are they closer to 10th or closer to first? And that question right there is really what kind of sums it up. They tend to kind of play with their food a little bit early in games. They might have one impressive drive and almost just toast after that a little, and then kind of crank it up late. Sometimes they win, sometimes they don't, and that Cleveland loss was a shocker. And that was the first sign of trouble, like, oh, okay, this team isn't going to go out and score 27 points every single game. So, some of this is on, losing Tucker Kraft that's a big one. I mean, he was really kind of the glue of the offense so far. So they need more out of Jacobs, more out of Romeo Doubs, more out of Christian Watson. Since he's been back, he's been good. But, it's everyone else. Jordan Love certainly has to step up. Matt LaFleur, I think, has made some shaky decisions in some of the losses. So, it's they're in prove it mode right now, because I'm not 100% convinced they're title worthy.
Eric Edholm joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Back on the draft for just a second. I'm curious if there is a contender that surprised you with their lack of activity.
Good question. Yeah, I mean, I think the Bills are one that, obviously salary cap is the big issue for them, and they really were limited. And it sounds like some of the Jets and Dolphins are obviously active. They're in the division. Sounds like they levied a pretty heavy tax on any trades going to New England or Buffalo, which, hey, I get it. You don't want to help your division rivals too much. And if they're willing to pay a steep price, you do it. But those were some players. I'm sure they wanted Jalen Phillips. I'm sure they, thought about, they would have inquired about either one of the Jets defenders if they, or not inquired, but I mean, I'm sure they would have made an offer. But yeah, they were a little bit hamstrung from that. Some people thought New England, they traded 2 players out and didn't get anything in, would add something. They didn't. I think they're still seeing the big picture in New England. And hey, whatever happens this year, maybe it's like, sort of the extra bonus, right? I mean, they were expecting to win some games this year from what I understand talking to people there, but obviously the position they're in right now in first place is maybe a little beyond what they were thinking they were capable of.
Eric, before we let you go, I'm curious, and I haven't seen anything yet. I was driving into the arena on the way, so if any numbers have come out, I haven't seen anything about Monday Night Football and what they did television-wise, but I do know that there looks like there was kind of an effect of the whole YouTube TV ESPN spat that affected the ABC SEC numbers on Saturday. I'm curious if you think that the NFL, depending on what the Cowboy Cardinal number comes in at, if you think the NFL might step in and lean on one of their big network partners to settle this thing, because there were a lot of people, myself included, who did not watch Monday Night Football because we couldn't get it.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's probably a little outside of my knowledge and a little above my pay grade, and I don't want to be obviously speaking for the league or whatever.
Right.
But, it was a fascinating development. I kind of didn't know what was going on at first, but I know how many people have made that switch and were frustrated by what was happening. And so, I get it. People, I think these days want to be able to sit down, pop on whatever device they're using and don't have any issues. I tried to watch a Missouri basketball game last night. It took me 20 minutes just to find it. So I get the frustration, but I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add to that.
Eric Edholm, NFL Media, NFL.com. Eric, we always appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the time. You're always generous with it, and enjoy the games this weekend, starting tomorrow night.
That's right. Looking forward to it. See you guys.
Thanks, Eric.
I bet. Eric Edholm joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. I did a quick check right before I left the house, but I don't know. I'm usually the NFL stuff comes in a lot quicker than the college stuff, and it will be rather fascinating. In fact, I've got a few of those ABC SEC numbers. Oh, well, while we're on the subject, might as well flash them.
Yeah, here,
right
while
now.
you get that, I'll read this comment from Greg and Lincoln. He says, I've never seen a media rights spat drag on for this long. Huge companies who think the other is going to blink crazy. Yeah, I've been saying, John, and Michael said this to us last week too, like normally these things are proposed to have happened and then a big event arrives, football games being the biggest, of course, NFL being the ultra biggest. And usually the morning of, like, wasn't there a thing with Fox right before the Texas-Ohio State game at the start of the season?
Yes, there was.
And they got that done because that's what usually happens. And so I definitely thought Saturday morning, I'm going to wake up, I'm going to do my stuff, and then at a certain point, I'm going to be sitting there and the email's going to come down or the tweet's going to come down, and there it is. It never happened. I definitely thought by the time we got to Monday, given it's Monday Night Football and it's the Dallas Cowboys and it was on ESPN and over the air on ABC, eventually we're going to get the email. And so the fact that we have now had a full weekend of football, college and pro, and that there were big games in both, and certainly the Cowboys are involved and they still didn't do it. I mean, I'm surprised, man. I'm surprised that neither side has blinked to this point. I thought if YouTube was going to, that they would have. So this tells me that they actually have the upper hand right now instead of ESPN. That maybe not enough people are canceling their YouTube TV subscription to say that they don't have the upper hand. I don't know.
So here are the main 3 windows, and I also included the college game day number. from last Saturday and compared it to the week before. Now, obviously, some of this
matchup dependent.
The games aren't 1-to-1.
Correct.
So, so you got to take some of this with a grain of salt. But for the first time in several weeks, I don't know how many, ABC did not occupy the top 3 most watched games. The Ohio State-Penn State game brought in over 7 million viewers. It was second to Georgia-Florida, which is the first time Fox. And again, it could be matchup dependent.
Sure.
But I would probably argue, and again, I can argue from an anecdotal perspective. I had the Ohio State-Penn State game on because I didn't have Vandy, Texas available to me. I probably would have had both games on at the same time, but I was limited to only one. And I'm sure a lot of people who don't have multiple TVs probably did the same thing. Now, College Game Day was available for free on the ESPN app. And so I was able to watch that. They made that show available for free, but and we've got the graphic up on our YouTube page or our zonetv.live page, zonetvlive.com. College Game Day dropped by 500,000 viewers. It was a 2.5 million 2 weeks ago before the shutdown. And then last Saturday, it was 2 million. The 11 a.m. window last week featured Ole Miss and Oklahoma and drew in 6.6 million viewers for an 11 a.m. kick. Vanderbilt, Texas drew 4.5 million. So it dropped by over 2 million viewers. Now, you might argue, well, maybe the Ole Miss Oklahoma game was more attractive. I mean, Vandy, Texas, I know Vandy's not a big brand, but Texas is a huge brand.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue that if Vandy is a reduced brand, it's not that far reduced from Ole Miss, right? Yeah. So I think this might be the best comparison of, and you did have Ohio State playing in the opposite window on Fox, but it still dropped by 2 million viewers. The 2:30 window remained unchanged. But what's fascinating to me, Josh, is how much more Georgia, Florida could have gotten, considering that the game last week at 2:30 on ABC was Alabama versus an unranked, underperforming South Carolina. Now, that game also went late because it was dramatic and Alabama had to come
down
from
to the
behind.
wire. Yeah, but Georgia, Florida also went down to the wire. Both games very, very dramatic.
They both drew the same audience, 7.8 million. So it's pretty much a wash. But then look at the primetime window. Texas A&M LSU went 6.8 million in the primetime window. Oklahoma, Tennessee this past weekend, 4.8 million. And going through my mental Rolodex,
World Series Game 7 was on up against it. So there definitely was a bigger event this Saturday versus the previous Saturday.
It could be.
But I'm guessing still, you're certainly going to, because the A&M LSU game sucked. That was a blowout, whereas Oklahoma, Tennessee went down, not down to the wire, but it was a much closer football game into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up a good point. So, I guess depending on which side of the argument you're on, whether you're YouTube TV or ESPN ABC, you can argue at both sides. But overall, the numbers did go down from the week prior. And again, people are going to spin it whatever direction they're going to spin it. And, I going back to your point that you had a little bit ago, it's obvious that based on the fact that we're still in this stalemate and we're nearing a second weekend, and at least according to the reports I've read, neither side is particularly close to a deal, that this may last yet another weekend, that Google/YouTube thinks it's in a strong position to negotiate. And essentially what they're arguing is we should be paying the same rate for ESPN as like a Comcast, who's like the biggest cable company in America, even though they don't have as many subscribers as Comcast. But their argument is, hey, we shouldn't be charged more for your product than you're already charging one of the largest suppliers on the planet, because we're one of the largest digital-only suppliers on the planet. That's pretty much their main bone of contention. I personally think, and call me biased, I don't care, I personally think ESPN is doing this to get more people to buy their app.
And you know what? That's the thing that I do wonder about right now is how many, and by the way, for those wondering how many YouTube TV subscribers are there, it sounds like it's close to 10 million. As of April, it was 9.4 million viewers. So that's how many subscribers they have right now. It just seems like an inordinate amount of them are people in our sphere who are sports fans.
Yeah.
And so you wonder about that because we had an ESPN Plus subscription that we'd already paid for. And so we bumped it up last weekend to have the new whatever it's called so we could watch football games. And so I was able to watch that. I was able to watch the Cowboys game on Monday. That said, like, John, there will be a certain point where we don't do it anymore because, like, we're not just going to keep spending all this extra money on these things, to have a streaming ESPN and this or that. Like, thankfully, YouTube TV, unlike cable back in the day, you don't have to sign up for it for a year up front. Like, you don't have to do any of those types of things. Like, I could cancel it tomorrow. I could get Fubo. That would probably be what we do. It's just very, very frustrating. It's frustrating that this continues to happen and that, like you said, they're trying. This is a strong arm move. They're trying to get YouTube TV to pay more, which will then obviously come down onto us as consumers. Or they're trying to get us to say, screw you, YouTube. I'm mad at you. I'm going to the ESPN thing. And so, ultimately what's going to happen, we'll see.
Ultimately what's going to happen is
we're going to pay more. Bingo.
We're going to pay more.
Bingo.
All right. When we continue, we're going to get fired up for football early.
Whoa.
Today. Yeah.
And talk about all the games that are on channels we don't have.
Yeah, exactly. Because we got Mitch Holtis and John Walker both coming up in the 4:00 hour today as we get ready for the Jays' debut this season against South Dakota. As they're getting ready to wrap up their walkthrough tonight, we'll have coverage starting at 6 right here on 1620 The Zone.
But first, Josh and John here for Underdog Fantasy. Speaking of the pros, we just got done talking about it. The NFL returns tomorrow, and then it'll be back on Sunday, and then it'll be back on Monday. And John, you can download that Underdog Fantasy app, and you can use it right here in Nebraska. You can make your picks. You can win money right here, right now. You don't have to drive on over into Iowa. The best part is you can find players that you like or dislike, find the matchups. John, I've been saying it since week 1. Find the team that's playing the Cowboys. Go higher on those players. Now, sadly, for our listeners, the Cowboys do not play this weekend, but they will play next. No, don't you do that. They will play a week from Monday, though, and I look forward to congratulating Geno Smith on rolling back the clock and stop clapping and putting together one of his best nights of the year. Whatever you do, just use our promo code 1620 The Zone.
Oh, we love to have fun, especially on Sundays when my son brings his friend over and we compare our picks. I took some advice last week. It didn't grow particularly well for me, but I'm also looking at the NBA more. And Josh mentioned, you can play the Underdog Fantasy app right here in Nebraska. So download that Underdog app today. Sign up with our promo code 1620 The Zone. Score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code 1620 The Zone. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
people of the American heartland, lend me your ears. The greatest news since the restoration of the Cracker Barrel logo is here. It's football season. Time to turn your attention to those wings on the grill and to yelling at the telly every time Desmond Howard opens his mouth. In the college game, the Big Ten Conference tries for an unprecedented third straight national championship and pins their hopes on James Franklin and Penn State. In the National Football League, the Philadelphia Eagles are now the team with the bullseye on their backs. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson still seek their first Super Bowl. And could it be the Bears and the Raiders might actually be good? Join us now as Unsportsmanlike Conduct previews the coming week of gridiron action. Here are the games you will watch. Here, in the order in which you will watch them. Here is Fired Up for Football 2025.
Oh, boy. College. Both numbers now are in double digits.
I'm
College
flipping
week
you off
11,
right now, John.
NFL week 10. Oh, I'm sorry. Do facts offend you?
No, I just
I have to identify that this is, I mean, people might be pulling up just random YouTube videos of us from previous weeks, and, you know, they'll see college week 2 and NFL week 1.
Oh, a better time.
Hello from the future.
I miss week 1.
But then they would be like, oh, I'm looking forward to that Nebraska-Akron game, realizing that, oh, wait, Nebraska's not playing Akron this week. So,
no, they're not.
You know, we must be factual.
People forget that Nebraska played Akron.
They do. They do.
Coming up
tonight, Kent State and Ball State.
There's apparently a couple of ranked teams playing on Thursday or actually they're both on
Northern
Friday
Illinois and Toledo. Maction tonight, John.
Thursday, we have Georgia Southern and App State and UTSA against South Florida on networks that we can't watch.
Speak for yourself, dummy.
Yeah, who's the dummy? The guy who's paying ESPN extra money or nothing? I won't be watching those games anyway because, you know, well, you'll see in a minute. Friday, Big Fox gets the Jason Benetti game of the week, the last two teams to play Nebraska. So if we use the, what do they call it, the transitive property?
Yeah.
That means USC should win by 11 points.
There you go.
Right?
Sounds good to me. Yep. Actually, that does sound kind of about right.
Oh,
yeah. That's 8 o'clock on Big Fox. You got Houston and the Scott Frost Experience.
Oh, go Cougs!
On FS1.
I mean, I am unbiased.
And number 22 Memphis, who is even though they were not ranked by the committee yesterday, they were designated by the committee as the G5 representative in last night's poll release. They will host Tulane at 8 o'clock again on a network that many of us cannot watch.
Sad.
To the Saturday afternoon slate.
Oh, baby.
Oh, boy. Fox is so lucky. They get to have Penn State on in back-to-back weeks.
Yay, Penn State football. Woo.
And speaking of comparative scoring, there's going to be a lot of comparative scoring done. As Penn State, they hung in there with the Buckeyes last week, and then the second half started. And this week they get to face number 2 Indiana and Kurt Cignetti, who does not give two bleeps about your feelings.
He likes running up the score this week, Indiana, a 14.5-point favorite. Wow, that seems like easy money, honestly.
On ABC.
Dude, look at this game. Oh, my God.
Antenna out. BYU at number 9, Texas Tech.
Oh, man, I am jacked for this game,
By the way,
John.
these rankings are AP rankings. I did not have a chance to change them based on last night's
CFP erasure. Interesting.
ESPN will have Georgia, Mississippi State, big noon on Big Ten. And
literally noon.
It's literally noon Central Time. Ohio State is at Purdue. We moved to 2:30 on CBS. Oregon in the rain. They say Ducks take to water. We'll find out if they take to water and take to Eastern Iowa as they take on the Hawkeyes.
Go Hawks.
Another ranked versus ranked SEC matchup is Texas A&M takes on number 19 Missouri on ABC.
I feel like that Missouri plays in every game is a ranked on a ranked for them. Every game, but I don't think that they play that hard of a schedule. It's very weird. So you live in a weird space.
Syracuse and Miami are on ESPN. Auburn Vandy is on SEC Network. It's really a
people forget Syracuse lost to or beat Miami last year.
It's a top heavy week in terms of windows, right? Where there's one game that stands out and then it drops like a rock in the rest of that window.
Well, I would disagree. 2:30 has Oregon, Iowa, and A&M Missouri. Or are you saying A&M Missouri is dropping like a rock for you?
No, I'm saying that the other games are dropping.
You're not into Oregon, Iowa that much?
No. I'm saying that's the rare one where there might actually be two worth watching.
Yeah. Those games I think that's going to be a really good
game. The nighttime, Wake Forest at number 12, Virginia. Cal at Louisville. Florida State Clemson has been relegated to the ACC network. This reminds me of when the Oklahoma Sooners were on probation and we couldn't even watch the Oklahoma-Nebraska game one year.
I was
on TV.
My comparison was when I was in high school in 2004 when Nebraska played Oklahoma on Fox Sports Net. That is the saddest sentence one could say. Very sad.
Primetime on ABC has LSU and Alabama. Primetime on NBC has Navy and Notre Dame.
Nah.
Florida, Kentucky on SEC Network.
No.
Late night, San Diego State is at Hawaii.
And
of
look
course,
at that.
Yeah, look at that. Nebraska, UCLA on Big Fox at 8 p.m. Big Red Overreaction will start at the end of regulation.
2 a.m.
That's going to be awesome.
If it's 2 a.m., I'm not doing it. I'll just say that right now. If we have the equivalent of an 18-inning World Series game, Big Red Overreaction will be preempted by whatever we air overnight.
This is unreal. You know, you don't hear that type of rhetoric from millennials and Gen Zers.
You don't.
But Gen Xers want to go to bed.
They just want to roll over with their bellies
up.
Well,
Josh, then you'll step in and you'll do a fine job.
I'll be asleep.
So will I if that thing is still on at 2 a.m. To the NFL. The Raiders. Who, no one is talking enough about how I look forward to many years down the road when legions of Las Vegas Raiders fans, or probably by that time they'll be the Portland Raiders, will be wearing T-shirts, Real Men Go for Two. Just like we did back in the 80s when Osborne went for 2. Pete Carroll, you're a real man. You went for 2 in the win. Came up a little short, but you at least got the T-shirt. Raiders at Broncos tomorrow night on Prime Video.
John, we should have made a graphic on Monday. That would have been hilarious.
Yeah,
Real Men Go for 2.
I did not think about it. A rare, intriguing matchup.
I was thinking the same thing. Falcons,
on NFL
Colts.
Network.
I'll watch that.
Yeah,
sure.
from this is in
Germany.
Berlin or Munich, right?
I mean,
Munich or Berlin.
All of those are Germany. Deutschland.
It's one of those two towns who used to be run by a certain someone.
Whoa, over hits. Wow.
Falcons and Colts.
Designated Hitler.
Sure, I'll watch that game.
The early window on Fox, it's the Kevin Kugler Moose Johnston game of the week as the Balmer Ravens take on the Minnesota Vikings.
That's a solid game. Ravens playing for their playoff lives. JJ McCarthy didn't look like crap last week. Sure, why not? This is the game I'm excited for. This game is
But CBS, I saw today where the New England Patriots have played the easiest schedule so far.
Their schedule sucked, yeah.
And they still have the easiest schedule remaining.
Yeah, they have like 2 tough games. They have the Bucks on Sunday and the Bills a second time. This game is good, though, John. Hell yes.
Pats at Bucks, noon on CBS.
They could lose to the Dolphins again.
No, they couldn't.
And then America's game of the week, Rams 49ers.
Have you watched a game yet this year, John, with Tom Brady on the call? Will this be your first? With his clone dog?
Did Tom Brady do any Rams games? I This might be the first.
Yep. Get ready for his clone dog.
No, wait. I think did they do?
I think he barks backwards. And goes,
Did they do Rams Eagles?
No, that was the
Crab.
Burkhardt, or not Burkhardt. That was the Joe Davis. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, Greg Olson.
Bark backwards is crab.
You ever see awful announcing rights about him from time to time? Interesting.
On NBC, two weeks ago, this game did not look very appealing, but then the Steelers beat the Colts last week.
Yeah, I don't want to watch. I'll watch, but I don't want to.
Wow.
I don't like the Steelers. Get them off of my television, man.
But
You know how
Josh,
John feels about
Chargers, go.
John, how you feel about the Cowboys, I feel about the Steelers. I don't want them in important windows. I don't want it. I don't want it. So you can't get mad at me when you do the same thing about the Cowboys.
Yeah, but the Cowboys suck. At least the Steelers have been to a Super Bowl in the last 15 years.
Barely. Yes, barely.
Barely.
If you said the last 14 years.
Barely.
then you wouldn't be allowed to-
Ironically, their current quarterback was quarterbacking against them the last time they were in the Super Bowl.
Wow. Excellent.
And will we be able to see it next Monday night? The Eagles are at the Packers.
Dude, that is a legitimate banger. That is a great game, and for a potential 1 seed in the NFC. Huge, huge game.
The great news is you can absolutely listen to that game right here on 1620 The Zone.
Awesome.
You can.
And I just realized I forgot to change the
no.
out-of-market special. So we'll just skip that screen and go right to the grades.
Whoa, B minus?
Yeah, I went B minus. It's
John, you got a top 10 tilt in the early window. You have ranked in the 230 window. You have Oregon and Iowa in the 230 window.
But again, this is
LSU, Bama.
We have had true A weeks. This does not feel like an A to me.
Wow, that's a surprise. I gave it an A minus.
And the nighttime window is particularly weak. I mean, Nebraska honestly saves because obviously the lion's share of my attention would be on that game anyway.
What about Alabama, LSU?
LSU's terrible.
But maybe they'll do better now that they fired the Gumbo Muncher.
Sure, maybe they will. But so anyway, I went with B minus, but we agree on the NFL.
NFL's good this weekend. And all the local, because you always graded just on what we're actually seeing locally. NFL locally is awesome. Like two good games in the noon window, a great game in the 325, an awesome Monday nighter. Like this is a good weekend of football.
And a really good Sunday night game.
No.
I miss being excited for Dolphins Bills.
Yeah.
I miss that excitement of
is that one of the games because we didn't get to see
it? It's playing in Buffalo, Miami, and parts of Wyoming for some reason.
Because that's where Josh Allen went to college.
I forgot about that.
That's right. That's where he went to college.
Mm-hmm.
All right, still to come. We're going to talk with Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, at 4:20. We're going to talk with John Walker of the Omaha World Herald about the Jays opener tonight.
Nice getting in
here at CHI Health Center. That's coming up at 4:30. But coming up next, let's talk about which criticism is fair.
Okay.
And what is not fair.
Mm-hmm.
In regards to Matt Rule and the team, and we'll play back one of the clips from Monday as a preface to this as well. And we did get some interesting correspondence on Twitter. If you would like to correspond about fair and unfair criticism, 402-951-1620. It's the Prairie Flower Casino Zone inbox. You can also hit us up Twitter wise and respond to the question that I asked earlier today. I'll retweet it during the break at USC 1620. And we'll be back with more of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back here to, my jail cell, CHI Health Center. Eventually, I'm going to move downstairs.
Yeah, when are you doing that?
Soon.
Okay.
Whenever I get a minute. And then that's where I will be courtside for tonight as the Blue Jays take on the Coyotes, not the Coyotes.
No.
They call themselves the Coyotes, or Yotes for short.
How much worse would Looney Tunes have been if his name was Wile Coyote?
Bad.
They would have to call him Wild.
See, that's
Coyote.
that's the problem, with saying it. If you grew up like I did in a generation where it was Wile Coyote, you see that word and you think it's coyotes, and yet the people at South Dakota are adamant. No, it's the Coyotes.
Maybe
So,
they're wrong.
I will probably mess up a few times because I was a child of Looney Tunes. That was my go-to jam for cartoons, and the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote cartoons were the next to Bugs Bunny, they were the best. So, if I slip up tonight, my apologies to anyone who might be listening who is in coyote colors.
Okay.
Just
All right.
call me a passionate fan of the Looney Tunes. I saw this the other day. I just wanted to share it because, one thing we have become very good at here in Nebraska in recent years is gallows humor. Nebraska hasn't been as good.
No.
When Nebraska was good, we never joked about losing, ever.
Well, because you didn't lose.
Well, they did, and it was usually to Oklahoma and then to Miami or Florida State in the bowl game.
I guess that's true.
And then every once in a great while, like a UCLA would.
Iowa State beat them in '92. People forget.
Yeah, I know. Go Clones. But we never joked about these things. Now, they happen a little bit more often, or we become more accustomed to it, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes from inside the house.
Oh no.
Dr. Rob Zadiska, he saw the tweet in question is the image to the right, not the image of frustrated Husker fan who's reacting to the timeout. That was my own personal edit because I just love that picture. But they apparently, when you're on Twitter these days, there's a lot of ads, and you see people pushing out stuff, and they were pushing out Nebraska Cornhusker dark mode fan hoodie. And it's the official hoodie of the Huskers in black, kind of mimicking the uniform. And it's in front of the picture of Dylan, and I can't remember who else was in the picture in front of the Corn when they announced the black uniforms. And Dr. Rob had to comment, commemorate Dylan's injury and a painful loss with your very own black out gear.
It is such a cool hoodie, but yeah, why would you want it given the association it would have with that awful, tough football game? I would want it if they would have won, and I imagine a lot of people would want it if they won. I think it's a pretty cool looking sweat. Now, I know you hate it because of the Huskers.
Do you think that this will limit sales because they lost, because the blackout didn't work? And I'm using air quotes, didn't work, because apparently we have to have mystical powers to these gimmicks. And if they lost, then it's bad and you should never do it again.
I think it was too close to the whiteout loss.
I wouldn't want something like that. If my team put together some sort of, like, if the Cowboys had like some cool alternate thing, but it came out specifically for a game that they lost in heartbreaking fashion, I would not want it because it would only remind me of the heartbreaking loss. So yes, I would think, because this is so specific.
So can I also forward the idea that they should never do a blackout again?
No.
It will invoke. Well, isn't that the same mindset? I'm not going to buy this gear because it will remind me of this game. Wouldn't then you also just not do? And I'm not saying that's what they should do. I'm just following the logic here.
I think it's recency bias.
Yeah, if they did it again next year and then they won, you'd say, all right, cool, never mind, I'll get it now.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's like if they, first of all, the Cowboys will never make the NFC Championship. Second of all, they will never win it. But even if they did, I wouldn't want NFC Championship gear.
No?
I would want it. I would wait until the end of you'd hope to win the whole thing. You know, if the Rams would have lost to the Bengals, John wouldn't have gotten NFC Championship gear because then it's like, it just reminds me of the sad pain. Why would I want the sad pain gear? I want the good gear. I want the ultimate gear. Now, this is just a regular season November game. But it's just like so specifically tailored for the blackout game, you know?
Wait for earlier or later in the year when they do pinstripe gear again.
I will, Nick, no. First of all, no. Second of all, I would never want bowl game gear. I do, John, we had family friend who went to the Rose Bowl back in January of 2002, and they got us a shirt. And I mean, I wore it, but like only around the house. I wasn't going to wear that outside. Like, I don't want people to see me wearing a shirt of a game where Nebraska got boat race. Like, that's not, it's sad. It's
sad.
It's sad.
Right, but all it is just a black sweatshirt. I mean,
sure, I guess that's true.
There are black Husker sweatshirts in the wild everywhere.
All right, get me one, John. I'll wear it.
No, I'm not going to get you one.
Oh, okay. Bummer.
But I do think, and we'll get into the next segment because it's about criticism that's fair and unfair. I think there are people who, in their frustration, and I saw this tweeted out, I heard this, that are upset because they ruined the blackout by losing the game. Like the blackout had some mystical property that wouldn't allow Nebraska to lose, and folks didn't realize that, they still have to play a game, and it really doesn't matter.
No,
what
I think you're viewing it.
Wear.
I think you're viewing it the wrong way. I don't think it's that. I think it's more.
But I saw. Okay, so I saw the tweets. I heard people say, "You missed a great opportunity."
I said
with that atmosphere.
I said that,
and I saw people reference the blackout specifically.
Yes, I said that, but I was not saying it. Now you ruined the mighty powers of the blackout. It was more, you had a great chance to make that night as memorable as possible, and now it's just going to be another great atmosphere that is forgotten because they lost. That's how I was saying it, and that's how I don't think anybody thought they were going to win because of the blackout.
But do you think that the atmosphere, if they had just come out in red and it would have been just a normal night game, do you think the atmosphere would have been that dramatically different? I get there was a bigger production, there was a bigger to-do about it, but do you think that atmosphere, if the game had played out exactly the same, with the stakes being exactly the same, would have been that much radically different?
Yeah, I do. And this is where I guess you and I are going to disagree. I thought that they made the atmosphere, and I can't put a number on it, 25% better. They created a better atmosphere than I think it would have been by making it a whole production and a whole special evening. It would have still been a really nice atmosphere for sure. I think it was better, though, because they put some oomph behind it in terms of the look, in terms of the production value.
How much nicer was it that they got to do that instead of somebody else doing it for them?
What do you mean?
You know, like talking about it beforehand, they were able to put all.
Oh yeah. The university put everything behind it, which we'd never really seen before.
So that's interesting, if you believe that, because then that would imply that the university, by doing it, added more pressure. Whether it was direct or indirect,
yeah, you're right.
But they added more pressure because they did something different, and thus it made the loss sting a little more because it ruined a special night.
Yeah, that you could absolutely make that argument. They made the atmosphere better, and because they lost, they actually made people sadder than they would have been otherwise.
And I don't quite view it that way, but I do understand the logic that you're saying. I do understand the logic behind it. But it is interesting how doing something like this, emphasizing one game over another, and we used to do it back in the day. This is not just a modern phenomenon. Remember, Nebraska broke out the All Reds against Oklahoma.
Sure, yeah.
Okay? Broderick Thomas did the keys to our house, and we had plastic keys against Oklahoma. It didn't work out very well. That, whether it's intentional or not, by by hyping up this particular game, being at night and being the blackout, you actually can take some responsibility for how people then reacted, maybe more vocally than they might have.
Yeah, my brother...
because it was a, quote, more special atmosphere that you ruined.
My brother, John, Luke, he says compared to the Red Out Around the World game against Texas in 2010. Now, look, Texas, first game after the Big 12 title, the 1-2 Big 12 title, was going to have extra oomph. The fact that the program made it a Red Out Around the World, I know that added frustration to people because it was like, wow, the university tried to make this game even bigger, and then they fell on their face. And the head coach went and yelled at somebody in the basement of the hotel.
Yeah, when you do this, and that's why I've called it a gimmick, despite some people's objection to it, but when you do that and you artificially pump something up to a higher level than it already was, then that also heightens the emotions behind it, and thus also heightens the emotions positively or negatively on the other side of it, depending on the outcome of the event.
For sure.
Now, that's not the main reason why I wanted to talk about, criticism that's fair and unfair, but I think you could argue that some of the unfair criticism, using air quotes,
is in reaction,
might be because of heightened senses due to a special event or a gimmick that was done in-house.
Yes, for sure.
I want to know, though, from the people, what is a fair criticism? What is an unfair criticism? And we'll do that next. And I want to play back some of the Matt Rule stuff from Monday because he made it a point to call it out during his press conference. 402-951-1620 if you want to join us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We did get some responses earlier today. I just retweeted the original tweet on Twitter, the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. And we'll get into that when we come back on 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, you can register to win those final pair of Blur event tailgate passes for Black Friday. And this is usually one of their best ones because, of course, it's Iowa. And, folks at Blur, they love to invite the opposing fans in, too, because they like to do the drinking games. And they just like to show a lot of Nebraska nice. So, yeah, there'll be some Iowa folks in there, but it'll be fun to interact. We got all the TVs going, food and drink. It's really a great time. And underneath the overpass, in case there's elements, you'll be out of the elements. It's a fun time. And Michael and I will be there for the final installment of 1620, the pregame this year. Now, it's a few weeks away. But if you want to win ththose passes, go to 1620thezone.com and register to win. So, Nick, let's go back. I believe it is cut one. From the opening statement from Matt Rule. You might have to help me out here because for some reason it didn't pop up here on my screen. But Matt Rule was talking in his opening statement. He took a little extra time in his opening statement about how this program needs to respect itself. Yeah, it was the first cut, MR1, from Monday's press conference. Here's how Matt Rule essentially started his media session earlier this week.
We have to learn to get people to respect Husker football again. And, we've had a chance to play Michigan and we lost by 3 points. We had a chance to play USC. We lost by 4 points. So we have to chase those 3 points and those 4 points. We have to get better. We have to continue to recruit. We have to lift and run and do all those things. But I also think these next 3 games are some of the most important time for our team and for our program moving forward. This team, the guys that are here, they deserve to leave as winners. They've done everything we've asked them to do. And B, we have to on a national narrative, we have to become someone that people respect. And it starts with ourselves. When we respect ourselves and don't talk trash about ourselves and don't go out there and, not do things right. Like when we do things at a high level, we show respect for our program and our future, then I think people nationally will.
All right, so that's how he started it. And just so that we are clear, later on, Matt Rule clarified, this is number 10, Nick, because I wanted to play this as well. Just to clarify, this isn't just a locker room, can't talk bad of ourselves in the locker room. He's talking about more than that.
The message for our guys about, rallying around each other and making it about us. And when I say us, I'm talking about all of us. I'm not just saying the football team. I'm talking about all of us. Like you're with us or you're not, right? And so like that crowd, like not many people have that crowd that we had. It's an unbelievable opportunity. And we're going to be grateful for the fact that we get a chance to go play a hot UCLA team in the Rose Bowl, 8:00 at night in front of a huge Husker crowd. So I think it's not living in the past, but just always saying what's next and moving on to the future and being grateful for the future that you have.
All right, so that sets it up. It's clarified, and I believe, and others do too, that outside the program means fans, means media, local media, and we can argue this until the cows come home about what the role is of the media, what the role is of fans. Do the fans have a right to be upset? But it begs the question about what criticism is fair and what criticism is unfair. And keep in mind a couple of things. Number one, Matt Rule taking a very different tact than what Bo Pelini would do back in the day when Us Against the World.
Literally Us Against the World, yeah.
It didn't include the fans. It was just the team fighting back against the criticism. And secondly, Matt Rule is coming at it from a much stronger position than Bo Pelini did.
What do you mean?
Because when Bo Pelini was really doing that, these were in the last couple of years of his tenure when it was obvious that there were things going on behind the scenes that maybe weren't all roses and all copacetic for Bo. Matt Rule last week got a contract extension. Matt Rule knows he's not going anywhere. No one's moving on from Matt Rule.
No.
Even if they lose out this season, They're not moving on from him. And if for some crazy reason they do, he's going to be owed over $70 million.
71.
So he is coming at this from A, a more tactful position than Bo did, but B, a stronger position than Bo did, right?
Yep.
Which makes it hit just a little bit differently, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess I hadn't even thought of it from that perspective, but sure, like there is more security right now, I would say, than Scott Frost had a lot of security, but for different reasons. Matt Rule, I think, has a lot of security right now for other reasons. And so I guess in a way I don't really have a whole lot to say about it from that angle. The thing I guess that I can't stop thinking about, what in the world? Why did you make me the
Hi, Josh.
What in the world?
I don't know why it did that.
Yeah, why did it do that? The thing that I guess I can't stop thinking about, John, is how reminiscent this suddenly feels of so many times that we have done this, whether it is the role of people inside of a fan base or inside of an ecosphere. Why are we having these conversations? Why does it matter? Like we talked about it with Sipple. So I think that there might be some who are listening and they're like, guys, I don't know what you're talking about. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. And we talked about it a little bit with Sipple yesterday, where there's Jake Sorensen, who's a media member, does a show in Lincoln, and he said something during the game about the performance. And honestly, John kind of had the tinge of what we talked about before the break, right? Of the atmosphere, the game, an opportunity lost. And I understood where Jake was coming from. Nebraska welcomed in a top 25 team, a blue blood program in USC, but on the lower end right now of the top 25. This is not vintage USC. This is not the 07 version that came into town. Michigan came into town a little over a month ago. This isn't the 2023 Michigan literal national championship team that came into Lincoln. And Jake, and I know others, and I would include myself in this, feels like Nebraska has let an opportunity go by the wayside that you don't get very often. And that is to beat a name brand and B, a top 25 team, but it also represents the lower end of the top 25. And I also know this, and I didn't realize this, John, until you continue to put out stats and people keep bringing it up. The 0-29 thing is getting on people's nerves, but not in the way that I thought it would. I thought fans would be mad that they're 0 for their last 29 against ranked teams because they're 0 for their last 29 versus ranked teams. But this is just another way for people to get mad at the polls. And that's a fake stat. It's not real.
Oh, good
Lord. And I know, I can't believe it, man. And yet, so I think that is a part of it too of, that's just another one of your made up things that doesn't really matter. And the way that they were using it last week was Cincinnati, right? Cincinnati last week, during the week was ranked. They are not anymore. And so it's like, but they have been a ranked team, but they weren't ranked at the same time.
I mean, if you want to,
I know.
And I don't even want to go down this road because I think it's just a silly semantics argument.
Mm-hmm.
We've been quoting this for time in memoriam, how teams do against ranked teams. If somebody out there who is so triggered about the ranked record wants to go and do their own research and go back and look at, well, this team got into the poll and then they fell out of the poll. This paranoia about the AP poll, which is now crossed over into the paranoia about the committee, is ridiculous. It is stupid. And I am tired of talking about it.
Yeah.
I am tired of dealing with other people's paranoia. So I'm not going to deal with it.
So how about this then from Doug in Idaho? 9-15 versus the Big Ten isn't made up. And it's not.
Here's a number. And I meant to ask Zip about this yesterday because he was the one that quoted it. And I'm not saying it's an original stat to him, but it really amplified something with me.
What's that?
Zip in his column yesterday. Nebraska's record is 4-20 in November since, I believe, 2020.
Whoa.
And it's 1-8 by Matt Rule.
Correct. Yeah.
Well, guess what, folks? November is not a construct. November is not a poll. November is not an opinion. November is one of the 12 months out of the year.
And it's one of the three regular season months they play college football.
That the remember the games of November have been forgetful. I don't want to remember November. They're 4-20 in the last 5 years
Yeah.
Or actually it'd be 6 years, 5 or 6, I don't remember, in the month of November, and they're 1-8 under Matt Rule.
Yeah. See, and like Dwayne says, and again, we're not going to go down the ranking thing, but I do want to respond to this. Just add the at the time to the stat, then communicate better, and it's not a problem. Dwayne, you are being purposefully obtuse if you don't understand what we say when we say Nebraska's 0 for their last 29 against ranked teams. You know what the stat means because we've been watching college football for all of our lives, and we have always known what the stat means. If you don't like the stat, then win the damn games. Like, and I love what Fight says. There will always be a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil segment of the fan base that wants to shout down all dissent. John, I mean, it is so reminiscent of just a handful of years ago. And I think that's the thing that is probably annoying me a little bit right now is it's like, wow, so we're just doing it all over again, aren't we? You know, get to your battle stations, get your arguments right. And look, I know that sometimes I'm painted a certain way around here, and I understand that. And so I'm not mad. If you want to put me in a bucket, put me in a bucket. But it's just like this is what they are. They are now 1-8 in November. They are 0 for their last 29 against ranked teams. I think those are fair things to bring up and fair things to be frustrated by as well. Very fair.
And by the way, it's now 0 for the last 19 for Matt Rule.
Yeah.
So it's not just a Nebraska thing. This goes
at
back
the time.
It goes back to Matt Rule. And there was somebody out there trying to defend it who was like, yeah, but they were underdogs in every game they've played against a ranked team.
They weren't.
No, they weren't. I have color-coded it for your convenience. They were favored against Iowa in 23. Last year, they were 9.5-point favorites against Illinois and lost in overtime.
Bingo.
So, no, this is not – and oh, by the way, in like 3 other games, the spread was within a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado was only a 2.5-point favorite in 23. Michigan this year was only a 1.5-point favorite. USC was only a 4.5-point favorite. Essentially, coin flip games are pretty dadgum close to coin flip games. So, you know, if you want to get mad about the top 25 stat, fine. Get mad about the top 25 stat. Ain't going to stop people from quoting it. But that's not my main point. My main point is to ask, what is fair criticism versus unfair criticism? And if and this is an honest, earnest question. Outside of people who are just frustrated because they missed an opportunity due to the blackout, what criticisms are out there that have been unfair? Because most of the talk, and I can only speak for what we have been discussing this week.
Yeah.
Game management, poison the noise.
Yeah, seems fair to me.
Run defense, perhaps some play calling. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Those have been at least the criticisms that we have addressed this week.
Yeah.
But what has been unfair?
I don't know.
What has been unfair that you can't critique? And you can critique without saying, I mean, you can do two things at once. You can critique and at the same time acknowledge Matt Rule's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule's going to be the head coach the rest of the season. He's going to be the coach next year and for the foreseeable future. And nobody, at least here, is saying anything differently. So where is true unfair criticism? That's really what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I don't really think I've seen a whole lot of it. I mean, you know, have you? I don't. But that's the question, right? What is it? What is unfair and fair? You know, what is being said that people aren't really liking? I certainly think the clock stuff is very fair game. The in-game management is very fair game. I think all of that is. It should be. He's head coach. Those are his responsibilities, and he screwed him up on Saturday night, and it helped. I'm not going to say it's the reason Nebraska lost, but it certainly helped cost Nebraska the football game. You know, in the end, that they didn't have that extra time, and that they took 90 seconds to run 3 plays before the 2-minute timeout as they began their last drive on offense of the football game. I think it matters.
Here's some of the responses I got when I put out the question earlier today.
Okay.
On Twitter. Anthony writes, I think it was more about the sensationalism. USC wasn't a terrible loss or a sad waste of time. You losing to Houston Christian would have been. Saying there's no progress is a blatant lie. Fans are one thing. Media can be more measured.
So that's again calling back to a little bit to what Jake said, because he said something about it being a waste of time. But look, I would say this, and Jake can speak for himself. I don't need to defend her or
exactly.
He views himself as a fan first and foremost. He's a fan that has a radio show. It's different than I think how you and I are trying to operate on a daily basis. So it's a guy caught in his feels in the moment. If somebody says this is a waste of time, John, I feel that way about the Cowboys. It's because I'm angry at them and they make me frustrated to watch.
Yes.
I don't understand how it's so different, man. Being a pro sports fan, I view things through such a different lens than people around here, because I'll be honest, I just think sometimes people just get, I don't want to call everyone babies, but man, like, haven't you ever just been mad before at your favorite team and you say something about them that is probably too harsh, but you do? Like, I feel that way. I put money and time into the Cowboys. I think it's a waste of time because they don't ever give me the joy that I want them to give me. Is that irrational? Of course it is. But that's being a fan. Isn't being a fan being pissed at another loss that you thought you could win and that you had a 4th and 1 situation and the coach did something that you disagree with? I don't understand how you don't leave that kind of moment and say, God, this is a waste of time and I'm angry about it. But if you think that someone's being unfair for saying that, I can't argue with you. It's a handshake meme for me.
Trent says, all subjective. They're winning close games now, but they also showed they can still lose to teams inferior to them. Saturday felt like the perfect storm to finally get the ranked win, and they fell short. I don't think the sky is falling, but losing some hope isn't crazy to me either.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's probably easier now to lose hope than ever before because you're going to a backup quarterback and you're walking into a great unknown this week.
Mm-hmm.
A great unknown. Now, it can all change rather dramatically and on a dime if Nebraska goes into the Rose Bowl and TJ Lateef plays well and they win. But then I would also caution, this is the worst defense Nebraska will face the rest of the season.
You hope that they take advantage of it, because after that, it's going to get a whole lot tougher. And maybe that's part of this too, right? I think they're a better team than they were last year and than they were 2 years ago. And yet in the end, the record, it probably isn't going to look a whole lot better. And that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah. Luke says, I guess I look at it this way. We caught every break with this schedule. Bonus home game versus Cincy. Two out of the 3 blue blood opponents in Lincoln. None are vintage teams.
Yep.
It's not unfair to say 6 or 7 wins, none of them head turners, is well short of where we should be in year 3.
100%. That is absolutely the case. Absolutely,
and that's the thing. I mean, now unless, and this is kind of the second part of the tweet that I had asked was, does the bar of success or an acceptable season get lowered now because Dylan is out? Yeah. And I guess that's an entirely different subject.
Yeah, we'll have to save that for another day because, yes, it's honestly, I think we should hit on it before the game this week because I think that stuff really matters. Really matters.
Oliver says calling the blackout a waste because they lost by 4 points is unfair. Criticizing his use of timeouts is fair. Screaming, I guess you love being 6-6 when this team is 6-3 is unfair.
I would agree with the latter. I would agree with the middle. I will disagree with the former, and I've already stated my case. I think having a moment that you really feel like you could take advantage of and then they didn't, I think it does feel like a waste may be strong. Missed opportunity, not strong enough. Like, I think that's what it was. It was very much a missed opportunity. And I don't know why it's such a crime to say that. I don't think it is.
All right, we got to pause, take a quick break because Mitch Holthus is coming up on the other side. The Chiefs now 5-4, and they're looking up at a 2-game deficit in the AFC West.
Hello.
To the Denver Broncos. We'll talk with Mitch. We got John Walker still to come as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
You ready?
The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the...
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man.
Touchdown! Kansas City!
The myth.
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
The legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Just right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
Mitch Holthus, if you were in video today, you'd be able to see where I am today. It's one of your old haunts as we have home opener tonight here at CHI Health Center, or as you probably once called it, the Quest Center here in Omaha.
Way back. It was changing every 2 or 3 years on me, so
it was.
I would call it sometimes the wrong name. Actually, that was one of the fun places I loved to go, because that place was just hopping, and not Dave Hoppin, the old Nebraska Center, but it was love to go there. Just love the energy in that building. I love to have like the priests right behind me with like the Jewish guys high-fiving all together, having beers, and the band and the cheer squad or whatever in those striped blue overalls. I love going there, man. I miss it. And how about you guys? How about Creighton, the Blue Jays, make the Frank Caliendo, John Gruden, let's open the box, Caliendo, fake Gruden, open up the Blue Jay box.
Well,
talking about McDermott and Cover. That was awesome. That popped up on my reels. I'm like, yeah.
Frank has become our big celebrity fan. I don't know if you know this, Mitch. Frank Caliendo has developed a relationship with Mac, and he was at a couple of games last year. He was with us in Las Vegas. He's become our celebrity super fan.
Mac's got a lot of folks that are, in fact, there's rumors he will officiate the Kelsey Taylor Swift wedding. In the island that they buy, they'll buy the island for the wedding and have it, and I think they're flying Mac in there for that, and Frank Caliendo.
I will tell him that. I will ask him if he's officiating the wedding. Mitch, it's a much-deserved idle week for the Chiefs before they finally get to see some division opponents, including the team that you look up in the standings, and not just look up in the standings, but 2 games up in the standings. Yep. The Denver Broncos. But looking back at Sunday, it's interesting because, I don't see this program the same way you do. You're right there at ground level. I'm looking at it from, 30,000 feet. I came out of Sunday going, well, yeah, the Bills, they usually win this game. I didn't come out of it thinking that the Chiefs, even though they're only 5-4, are in like DEFCON 2 mode right now.
No, I mean, that game was frustrating from the standpoint the Chiefs, just like the Jacksonville game, and in reality, just like the Philadelphia game, could have been seized and different and changed in the second quarter. The Chiefs, it's a 7-7 game. The Chiefs are moving the ball, and then they get that third drive. They got to settle for a 46-yard field goal. It's just the empty possessions at critical times where they can seize or at least change the tempo of the game. And some would say, well, gosh, that's in the second quarter. Well, yeah, that's with Buffalo, the way they're playing now. And I think I laid this out for you last week. You're playing Army or Air Force, and they did a good job, Buffalo, throwing to the tight ends, but those are in the 8 to 12 to 15 range. Everything is set up off the run game. You've got to somehow make them feel discomfort offensively. And the Bills never really felt that through the whole game. And then I did mention that the strength of their defense is in those defensive end guys. Bosa was on a mission to wreck that game and did a great job. But then Rousseau, even Hoyt, the guy they got, your former Ram, those guys were disruptive all night, and they had some very creative blitzes. But the Bills never really felt uncomfortable, and the Chiefs had a chance of doing that to them in the second quarter.
Mitch, all 4 losses now this season have come to teams that would currently make the playoffs if they were to start today. So on one hand, you're saying, hey, they're only losing to good teams, which is not something that every contender can say. But on the other hand, you're saying, wow, they're what? So probably 1-4 against playoff teams because they beat the Lions. Like which glass half full, glass half empty? I wonder which side you're kind of leaning towards, because it's not like the schedule is going to be easier in the second half. They still have a lot more playoff tier matchups.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a terrible answer because I think we don't know yet. And now, but you guys laid it out, being 5-4 and 2 games behind. I think it's been since the Raiders in 16, which was the first year the Chiefs won the division to start this 9-game streak. It might be that they've, I'd have to do the research on this, if they've been this far behind. I mean, you're down 2 games with 8 games to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't know to answer that question. This is a team, this Chiefs team, that has been impressive, and you can't say, well, Baltimore wasn't good when you played them. That's not necessarily the case. They were crushing it on offense, and the same thing with Detroit. So you've got to give them credit for those wins. I'm doing a study during this bye week that I'm going to attack it next week. I want to get the work done on it, but it goes back to my original thesis point that where the Chiefs are failing now is that a juncture of a game where it's like having the bases loaded in the 5th inning and 1 out, and you don't get anybody home, and you lose the game by a run. There's chances here for the Chiefs to kind of just flip the game, and they're missing on those opportunities. And I'll get this done. I'll lay it out. So far, it looks fairly fascinating. That will, I think, be an answer to you. But I still think we don't know going into this gauntlet of games that they've got.
Mitch Holtis, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We just talked with Eric Edholm, who covers the sport for NFL.com, about teams that were active in the trade deadline or before the trade deadline. Chiefs didn't really make any big moves. Did that surprise you, or do you think, hey, they've got things where they need it and they don't need to spend draft capital to upgrade as maybe dramatically as other teams felt they did?
Now, John and Josh, here's what: just because nothing happened didn't mean they didn't try, but they were also not going to do anything like totally crazy like the Colts did. They don't feel that sense of urgency where, and I like Chris Ballard, he was with us and he's a smart guy, good guy, but I have a sense that there's a strong need for urgency there with the new daughter owner who's looking at every little thing on the sideline, and they had to make a splash. But the fact that the Chiefs did not make a trade, don't be fooled to thinking they did not try to make a trade or want to make a trade. Now, it's you've got what you've got basically, but you can still add some guys to the roster if you can fit them under the cap and they clear waivers. They've done that even after the trade deadline. So just stay tuned. There still could be some roster flux.
Mitch, off week, and we've mentioned it now a few times. Where is it most important in terms of getting ready for the final 8 games of the regular season and obviously, hopefully, a playoff run too?
Yeah, 2 answers there. I think on offense, it's a matter of having a sense of urgency during those middle of the game times where you can seize the game. That's one. Mm-hmm. And then 2, understanding getting back to effective running game, even if that is unconventional, with jet sweeps, flip passes, even a screen game. They had a screen set up. It hit Trey Smith's head the other night. Like that could have gone for like 40 yards because the Bills were blitzing as a perfect play call. Defensively, I think it is Spags trying to figure out his combination of corners, safeties, personnel based on tendencies of the opponent, down and distance, and what can be most effective. Because the Bills caught the Chiefs a little bit flat-footed in the fact that they got them in base personnel, and then they utilized those tight ends. I mean, we made Dalton Kincaid look like Kelsey. But Buffalo did a great job. They had a really good scheme. So, and I know the Chiefs wanted to stop the run, but can you stop the run in big nickel? Can you put Jaden Hicks on the field and still stop the run and not just get caught in a mismatch from 8 to 15 yards in middle routes? I think that's what has to be decided, or at least looked at strategy-wise, that's on the defensive side. The offensive side, we all know there's all kinds of talent there. There's all kinds of weaponry. But an effective running game, even if it's not lining up in an I formation and running old school ISO leads.
So what does Mitch Holthus do to recharge in the middle of the season?
Well, it's not going to be exactly a recharge time, but my hometown is Smith Center, just south of Franklin, Nebraska, one of the 4 counties in Kansas that the world sees as the Lincoln Hastings Kearney DMA. So we have a Kansas address, but all of our relations in Nebraska, and Nebraska's tried to annex us for years. But that's where I'll go. But I got a 93-year-old dad. I'll speak to the Smith Center football team tomorrow night. They've got a huge playoff game. They've got such a great tradition, 10 state titles in 3 different levels. They've had 15 Division I players out of that program.
Wow.
Down of about 2,200. So I'll go to the game. It's great. But they've also got a lot of activity scheduled for me there. That's also taking care of Dad. And we've got to have some discussion and work through that. So it won't be exactly sitting on a beach drinking a adult beverage. It's going to be some discussion.
All right. Well,
being with family.
You know what? Enjoy the family. Enjoy being honored there. Watching some high school ball. Get those batteries recharged, because Bronco time a week from Sunday at 3:25. Going to be a war, as it always is. And we always appreciate your time, Mitch. Enjoy what you can from this idle week.
I may go to Franklin and drag Maine. I don't know. Or Red Cloud. And
no speeding. You're not a member of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey, the old days when Kansas had 18 3-2 beer and Nebraska had 19 everything else, that was the Dukes of Hazzard. Those back roads between Kansas and Nebraska, you could see the dust as far away as, I don't know, Winnebago, Nebraska. Like, there was every Saturday night or Friday night, there were Nebraska cars heading south and Kansas cars heading north. We were, we were right there.
Don't do that, Mitch. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just keep it between the lines. Keep it between the lines. Mitch, we'll talk to you next week. Thanks.
All right, boys. Thanks.
Bye, Mitch.
Mitch, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. When we come back, John Walker standing by. We'll talk to him about tonight's opener, Jays in South Dakota, and the season to come of Creighton Blue Jay basketball right here on 1620 The Zone. as they take on South Dakota, the Coyotes, who've already played this year. They lost earlier this week to Utah Tech in overtime. John Walker, who covers the Blue Jays for Omaha.com, has been kind enough to join us here as we get ready for the season opener of Creighton basketball. And quite frankly, John, it's a very interesting new era. I saw a tweet this morning from John Rothstein. It's been over 2,000 days since Creighton played a meaningful game without Ryan Kalkbrenner somewhere on the team. Obviously, all the changes that have happened, the reloading of the roster. Colton, stop me if you've heard this before. It's a deep roster. A coach in waiting with a timetable to be determined. So many storylines coming into this season. Seems like more than usual.
Oh, for sure. When you have the offseason that Creighton was going to have anyway in replacing Ryan Kalkbrenner, we knew, unless some grace by the heavens, he found an extra year of eligibility, that last year was the final year of Ryan Kalkbrenner. And so we knew this time a year ago that this summer, 2025, would be an interesting one for Creighton. We didn't know it would be the roller coaster that it was in terms of the reload that it ended up being with three freshmen, Hudson Greer. Kerem Conan is an international freshman as far as we're concerned, and the same for Alexei Dimitrievich. And then the 6 transfers made up a consensus top 15 transfer class. So they reloaded in a way that you hoped to see, but obviously it takes a lot to make a top 15 transfer class happen. But I think that kind of tells the story of this team. One that brought Alan Huss back. You mentioned it, like the uncertainty of the coach in waiting or the timeline around the coach in waiting. But the fact of the matter is, like, Creighton will greatly benefit in the long term with Alan Huss, sure. But in the short term, absolutely, by having 2 head coaches on the bench, essentially. A lot's happened, man. It's been a crazy offseason on the Hilltop. And I'm glad that here soon we'll have actual substance to talk about instead of the what if, what could be, what might be.
Yeah, John, along those lines, you had a story recently that was titled "Everything Everyone Changed at Creighton This Offseason. The Blue Jay Standard Didn't." I'm wondering how you think, how are you kind of viewing this season through that lens of all of the former players, are gone. This era of Creighton basketball seems to be in the rearview mirror, and yet expectations, you can make an argument, perhaps haven't been higher, at least internally in terms of what the players are saying about what they're hoping. How are you kind of weighing all that together right now?
Yeah, I plan to hold them to that as a journalist, simply because I believe that they're capable of that type of potential. I think we talked to Ty Davis in June after Creighton's annual abilities camp, just to catch up. It's the early part of the off season, see how things are going so far after, I think that would have been the first official week of summer workouts. And Ty Davis said, whenever it is, we want to send Coach Mack out with the Final Four. And I don't really, again, this is my 3rd season on the beat, but I hadn't heard that outwardly through my first 2 years. And so I knew then, this team has high aspirations. And I think everyone has that for them. I wrote a column this offseason. I polled the Creighton fans on Twitter and said, what are your expectations, for the final few seasons of the Greg McDermott era? And I think the choices were a Final Four, the second weekend, the NCAA tournament, or something, or other or whatever. And the overwhelming majority clicked Final Four. One, the fan base is very, very much anticipating another winter in Omaha. 2, they're completely justified in that because of the work that Greg McDermott and his staff did this offseason. So I think they can push for a Final Four. Everything's different come March. It really does kind of depend on the draw. But I think with Greg McDermott and Alan Huss now, with the trove of talent they'll have at their disposal, I really do think this is a team with a high ceiling, but they got a little bit of work to do to get there.
John Walker joining us from Omaha.com, the Omaha World Herald. The interesting thing about it is, the number 15 or top 15 transfer class. When you look at the most experienced returning Blue Jays, you have a second-year player in McAndrew. You've got a guy in Jason Green who has been more of a role player, but will certainly be asked to do a lot more this year. And Isaac Trout, who, has been in and out of the starting lineup. So when you and one of the critiques, or I don't know if it's a criticism, is, it takes time to get used to acclimating to this system. We saw it in Stephen Ashworth, his first half year with the Jays versus where he ended up in his second year. How much of a quicker learning curve does there have to be to get the new guys acclimated to this system to make those expectations realistic?
Yeah, I think Mac talked about it ahead of Monday's practice. Like, it is going to be, they need to ramp up quicker than usual, because even last year with so much uncertainty, think about what we were saying this time a year ago. No Baylor Shireman, no Trey Alexander. How do they move on? But you positively knew that Stephen Ashworth and Ryan Kalkbrenner were going to be constants on that team. And there's a lot more of that uncertainty this year, because now the guy's returning. As much as we expect of Jackson McAndrew, where he is in his career is way different than where Ryan Kalkbrenner was last year. And so those stalwarts were really able to become anchors. Stephen was only here for 2 years, but he was crucial on the leadership front, as we all know. And so they're gonna be thrown into the fire, partly because they have to be, and partly because Mac didn't do them any schedules with the favor. Like, they go to Gonzaga for their second game. So yeah, it's going to be crucial, John, because there are a lot of things to figure out about this team. Mac has openly said it's his deepest, and that's a really good problem to have, but it's a problem nonetheless, because there's only 40 minutes in a game. Only 5 people can be on the floor at a time. So they'll have some versatility positionally, but they have to solidify roles. Like, who are going to be the guys on this team? We think it'll be one in Jackson McAndrew. Everything in the exhibitions would tell you that it's Nick Graves as well. Can Josh Dix assert himself as the scorer we saw at times at Iowa? How does Owen Freeman's progression look? There are just so many things for this team to figure out. And because of the lack of experience returning, sure, Jason Green's entering his 4th year, and sure, Isaac Trout is entering his, third year with the program, but they are in entirely new roles. So they're inexperienced as far as this group, as far as this year is concerned. And there are just a lot of things that come with that. So they got to figure it out. And I think they will. But man, it's going to take some time.
John, you mentioned the deepness of this group. Like, we've been doing that, I feel like, every year for the last 4 or 5. Hey, it's a really deep team. And then, we get to January, it's like, they're playing like 7 dudes. Do you think this is the year where that depth finally shows itself? Like, or maybe he actually uses it more to the folks' liking?
Yeah, I think so. And I really do. I think they play like a solid 8 come January. I think that is this team's best path. Like, the problem the past few years has been, and I wrote about this a little bit in the offseason too, is like, it's so tough to give other people minutes, because can you really have Ryan Kalkbrenner off the floor for that long? Can you really have Baylor Shireman off the floor? Like last year, Stephen Ashworth could not come off the floor, So part of it's been circumstance, but we've seen Mac build this thing to where the better talent he's gotten, especially through the first half of this decade, he leaned on it. He really leaned on it. And now I think he realized, largely because of how the past 2 seasons ended, with Tennessee's depth wearing into them in the second half of the Sweet 16, with Auburn doing the same thing this March. I think Mac realized that it's better to have that depth. And so him and his staff, Creighton as a program, as a school, approach this offseason with the resources and the urgency to try and make that not a problem. A top 15 transfer class doesn't come cheap, and it doesn't come easy. So, it's the talent's there. I would love to think he uses it, because he's openly acknowledged that this is likely the deepest team that he's had.
John Walker joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. What in your mind? I mean, we've heard from Owen and we've heard from Mac. We saw him for part of one exhibition game. I mean, there's a lot of expectation for Owen Freeman. He was the one guy to make the first team all-conference preseason list. But he also has not played meaningful basketball in almost 10 months, when you factor in the injury he suffered last season against Iowa. What is a realistic time where we see the Owen Freeman that Creighton went out and got?
You guys hear my cat meowing in the background? Yeah. I have constantly, and I'm saying this on my own volition, just on I'm not saying this is Creighton's timeline or anything. I would love to know Mac's thoughts. I'm sure I'll ask him soon. But I in my mind, think like January to see full strength Owen Freeman. He averaged an Iowa best 19 and 7 last year. And that was through the first 19 games. February has the finger injury. Turns out he has to have surgery on it. So he's sidelined for the rest of the year. And then, as we all know, it's been well documented at this point that he had the offseason meniscus surgery. And he wasn't cleared to return until mid-October, right around the Iowa State exhibition. So, yeah, John, you're exactly right. This is a guy who, until the Colorado State exhibition on October 25th, had not played organized basketball since February. He went 8 months not only not playing an organized basketball game, but playing very, very, very little basketball at all, especially after the meniscus surgery. So I've thought January is when you can expect a full strength Owen Freeman. I'm really interested to see what happens against South Dakota. Mac mentioned on Monday that he didn't practice, and they would see how Tuesday's practice went as it pertained to Owen Freeman. So, yeah, but I think big picture, take a step back. It'll take some time. Give him some time. Give him some grace. Wait until January to see what we have in Owen Freeman.
Hey, John, you mentioned South Dakota. I wanted to ask you about that because, last year, they had the 4-game ramp up before Nebraska, including that weird opener against UT RGV. That's what I think a little closer for comfort, right? But they got off to the 4-0 start, and then they played against Nebraska and Omaha, and then they traveled out to Vegas. Way different this year. South Dakota tonight, and then they don't play again until next week, but it's Gonzaga. I'm wondering, normally you have that kind of 3-4 game ramp up to see what they are turning into. So what are you going to look for tonight, given that the next game is going to be against one of the better programs in the country?
Yeah, that was kind of what I wrote about for the South Dakota preview was, okay, sure, they've had 2 exhibitions, but those were very experimental. Mac was very explicit about that they put a lot out there just to see what they had. And that's what they had to do with their first 80 minutes of basketball outside of the McDermott Center. But they matter now. Everything matters now. And, this goes back to what we were just talking about. This team is going to be thrown into the fire early. They're going to have to find their footing quicker than Creighton teams have had to recently, because of the makeup, of course, with 9 newcomers, but then just because of the schedule as well. So this is like their final tune-up, if you will. Like, they should have the talent to just beat South Dakota. I understand we play the games, and we play them for a reason, but the Jays should have the talent to beat South Dakota. I think most people would agree with that. But this is really their one last opportunity to iron out like major kinks. Now, as far as November 5th is concerned, but iron out some of those major preseason kinks before you go play, another top 25 team in the country on the road. And that'll be, I can't remember, is that Gonzaga's first home game? I should probably know that.
They played Monday night.
Yeah, so that'll be their first big home game, anyways, and that'll be Creighton's first road game and first big game and first big road game and first true test of the season. That's for sure.
John Walker, read his great work each and every day on Omaha.com, the Omaha World Herald. John, we'll see you at the arena here shortly. Always appreciate it. Should be there won't be any shortage of storylines this year. You've got a lot of them to write about.
Yeah. I know the uncertainty is scary for a lot of Jays fans, but let it be exciting too. Like, difference not always bad. Now, if we get to March and it means it's bad, well, then, I'll take it back. But different doesn't always mean bad. Let the uncertainty be exciting. There's a lot of stories that we don't know, which means that there's a lot of stories to tell. So let's ball, guys.
All right. John Walker of Omaha.com as we get ready for tip-off tonight. 7 o'clock, of course, here on 1620 The Zone, 101.9 The Keg. Austin will have our pregame coverage starting right after we're done at 6 o'clock. We will be back with Dumb Debates next on 1620 The Zone.
From the Plum Ride Time-Saving Traffic Center, we've got a crash reported on 72nd at Spring Street. Otherwise, delays on westbound Dodge from 72nd to 90th, and then from 108th to about 120th. If you're east on I-80, expect slow movement from 680 to 72nd. If you're west on I-80, delays from 680 to Giles, and then a slight delay on westbound Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville.
I'm Omaha Athletic Director Adrian Dow, and I want to introduce you to 3 Omaha schools that are playing a vital
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listen, listen not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mail-in base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Hey!
Man, you got down there fast.
Yeah, I move fast, man. These elevators, I put it on warp speed.
Hell
Actually,
yeah.
I put it on ludicrous speed.
It was like Superman flying around the earth.
It was more like it's more like Dark Helmet, and then crashing headfirst into the front of the ship when it comes to a stop. That's what it's like.
John, so when you hop down there during the break, for those who don't know, we can see there's like these little avatars at the bottom of our screen where we can see the people, as they enter in the studio. The way that you're sitting in that nobody is behind you, it kind of looks like a green screen. And I was like, wait, why is John in front of a green screen of an empty arena?
That would be hilarious.
It would be.
John, are you really there?
I'm really a member of HERDAT. I got a green screen.
Your microphone's too big.
You beat me to the joke.
I gotta be faster. You usually are.
You beat me to the second joke.
I got a teeny tiny microphone. No, we're in the arena, man. What's up? We're in the arena, man. We're ready for some hooping. We're ready for some basketball. We're ready to have some fun. We're ready to watch the Jays and watch South Dakota and see what happens. Ryan Dix, new Jay, out here early, getting some shots up, wearing his earbuds so he doesn't have to listen to dumb debates.
Pass, shoot, basketball is fun.
Nice.
Or maybe he is listening to dumb debates, but it'll be delayed because he's listening on the app.
Awesome.
Highly unlikely, but the possibilities are endless. Remember, you can always listen in on the app. This is Dumb Debates. Josh has disappeared now.
I'm back. I was just looking at something.
The segment where you get to take over by sending us your dumbness, sending us all the silly things that happen in life, and then we debate them and we bring them to a settlement, or it just carries on and on and on and on. I mean, we still, in Dumb Debates, haven't settled world peace, but in fairness, we have not been asked about world peace in Dumb Debates. So we haven't had a chance to solve it yet, but unless you ask us, we're not going to answer it. So I guess the world will just keep on fighting each other until someone asks us how to solve it in Dumb Debates.
All right. Well, the first question, John, is not related to world peace, but it is an interesting one from Chris, and it's a sports-related one. So apologies to those who don't want us to stick to sports and Dumb Debates.
Come on.
Chris writes, it's been argued that home field is good for 3 to 5 points in college football. Hypothetically, which particular Nebraska games or seasons do you think would have been altered had the games been flipped home and away? So it's saying if home field helped, I assume this question is saying Nebraska lost a road game, make it a home game. Which of those games do you wish they could have had at home because maybe it gives them a better opportunity to win and not lose? I have one immediately that comes to mind.
Let's go, man. Owen Freeman's here. Owen's here, Dumb Debates. We're doing our show right now. my radio show. Do you want to listen? You can listen on the Zone app, or do you want to just grab a mic? Here you
Maybe.
go.
What
Hey, I'm good.
Hi, Owen.
Hi, Owen.
They can't hear you. They see they're on the screen.
Nice to
right
meet
there.
you, Owen.
See,
Hello, Owen.
There he is.
Hello.
There he is. So which Nebraska game, if they'd have flipped home and road, they would have had a better chance of winning?
Owen's got a take on this.
Answer just say 1984 Orange Bowl. Just say it.
Oh, perfect.
Probably the 1984 Orange Bowl.
There
Great
you go.
take,
It's
Owen.
solved. We got it. Thanks, my man. That's my answer.
Wow.
That's my answer.
I hadn't even thought of a bowl game. The one that I was thinking
seriously,
No,
that was a
it's-
home game.
Put that in.
Trust me.
Yeah. Oh,
that
you were there.
was a home game.
Yeah.
That was a home game for Miami if there ever was one. If they would have flipped that, because I remember that winter very well. We left Omaha. It was like 2 straight weeks of like below zero temperatures. It did not get above freezing until we crossed into Florida.
That's a good pick.
This is no lie. So it was really cold up here. If they would have played that Orange Bowl in Lincoln.
Now, what about this? Jordan says, surprised John didn't say the 1982 Penn State game.
But would that have stopped Joe Paterno from paying off the refs?
Excellent question. Speaking of paying off refs, Max writes 2010 A&M. The refs would have been way too scared to pull that crap in Lincoln. That's a good one. I got one for you, John.
Oh, my God, yeah.
First
That was
game,
a bad one.
I don't know why this is the first game that came to mind. Maybe it's because I wanted to think of a Texas game, but Nebraska always lost to Texas, no matter the location. What about 1998 Kansas State? That was a number 1 Kansas State team. They're really good. I think that it helped them that they were at home, though. So what if that game is in Lincoln and Nebraska is able to use all of the last 25 years, 30 years, and they're able to pull off the upset and keep the streak going? Down with Kansas State.
You know what would have happened? Travis Oaks would have been arrested and charged with manslaughter for face masking Eric Crouch. That would have happened if he would have.
Or the refs would have been murdered.
Oh my God,
drawn and quartered.
If that
Tarred and
play
feathered.
and that no
Cool
call,
your jets.
if that play and that no call happens in Lincoln,
oh yeah,
there would have been hell to pay.
It would have been bad.
Oh my God, that was.
Adam texts in.
Those are all some good ones.
Yeah, 2016, Nebraska lost at Wisconsin, Ohio State, and Iowa. Season goes differently if they play one of those games at home. Yeah, what if you flip? What if the Wisconsin game's in Lincoln? That was a 1-score overtime game. Nebraska gets them at home. Maybe they pull off the win in that game.
Interesting that you mentioned Wisconsin and not Iowa, because even when they
Nebraska
have
lost
home
to
field advantage,
They lost to Iowa by 30 that year. There was
Oh.
no, and plus they had injuries at the end of the year. They weren't winning that game. They
I
could have.
mean,
They should
Iowa-
have beat Wisconsin.
Iowa literally, there's 2 Iowa games in Lincoln that, the one in 23 where Nebraska gets the pick and then turns it right back over, and the backup kicker hits the field goal in the wind. The game that I attended in the stands.
We were there. Fort Milt game.
The Fort Milt game.
Sad.
When Nebraska's up 3 scores and then the blocked punt, and you felt the whole it. They could have played that game.
Yeah.
They could have played that game in Scott Frost's house, and it wouldn't have mattered.
Bingo.
Iowa's got some evil juju going on about all of this, but
Go
I think
Hawks.
Owen Freeman wins the debate. It's definitely the 84.
Good job by
Orange
you,
Bowl.
Owen.
Amazing. He wasn't even alive.
Knows his history, John.
Knows his history. Even though it's not even his team, he just knows
Yeah.
his history. But no, those are all.
What a fun
really,
question.
Those are all good answers.
Yeah.
All good answers.
Brandon asks, what is the most annoying thing that a business charges for? Examples: air at a gas station, condiments at a restaurant, a quarter for a cart at Aldi.
I'm going to say charging for air, because up until COVID, because if you noticed, air was free at every gas station up until around COVID.
Where I go, I still get it for free.
Me too, but you have to go to a specific place.
Sure.
The fact that they charge you for air for a thing that feels like it should be a basic right to have for your car tire because you need that, it's messed up.
See, I didn't realize that was a COVID thing. I feel like there was gas stations that were charging for air for years.
It was happening before COVID, but I noticed it expanded after COVID. A lot of the places where previously you could just get air, suddenly you have to pay now.
I still come from a generation where I can't believe people are paying for bottled water.
Oh, that's
We
right.
used to
That's one of
drink
your
it- We
things.
used to drink it out of the damn faucet. It was.
Yeah, and you
I
turned
mean,
out really normal.
It wasn't free because
used the
Mom
lead
and Dad
pipes
were
and we
paying
liked
the
it.
water.
Mhm.
And we turned out just fine.
Yeah,
Thank you
that's
very
how I
much.
would describe you. Mine is
We
not air.
turned out just fine.
I don't like the restaurants that charge you for the condiments. That annoys me.
The ranch tax in the Midwest is
Like, come on, bro. Like, you can get a thing of ketchup, but not ranch. Even though technically, I bet the ranch is cheaper because they make it from scratch. Whereas, and that's probably their argument, right? We made this, whereas the ketchup comes out of the bottle. I hate that garbage.
I think it's a Midwest conspiracy. I think this might be nickbacked. I've gotten ranch outside of the Midwest, and I wasn't charged for it.
I mean, there's a lot of places around town that still don't charge you for it, but some places do. And
Now,
it's
here's
always
a-
tax.
Now, here's a question.
Okay.
Yes.
Here's a question.
I'll give you an answer.
If you go and eat in at Amigos, they've brought back the condiment bar, right? I thought I heard that.
I've
They
never
always
had
used to
Amigos.
have a condiment bar where you could get the ranch and the salsa and peppers.
I've
and
literally never eaten inside of Amigos, so I have no idea.
I thought they had brought back the condiment bar. Do they? I guess I need to ask. Do they charge?
Well,
if
not
you want a
everybody
cup of
charges
ranch?
for. Yeah, not everybody charges for the condiments.
I mean, they don't. I'll tell you this: when you go to Amigos, they don't charge you. If you, I mean, they ask you, do you want spicy or mild salsa, and they give you the salsa in the cups.
I have one to throw into the hat.
Okay.
So, also a pretty recent thing. You go to like Subway or something, and you get like a major fast food whatever chain.
Sure.
And then you go to pay, and then they flip the thing. It's like, it's just going to ask you a question. And then it started asking for tips, like at Subway or other fast food places.
Oh,
It never
that
used
tips.
to.
You're out on our service industry, Nick?
I like our service industry, but those tips aren't going to the workers. That's just like an extra
You don't
thing.
think so?
It's like a side. I don't think so, no.
Okay. Now I think, and I think they're going to this.
I'm all for
I'm
tipping
staying out of
servers.
this.
I'm all for tipping
call, John.
servers if you're at a
staying
sit-down
out of this.
restaurant.
Everybody knows.
But if
my
I'm getting
philosophy
a
on
Whopper at Burger King,
Yeah. Now, for the record, I would not tip at a fast food joint.
that's what I'm. It's just fast food stuff.
even though the people there work like the people do in the other sit-down restaurants, I'm not getting involved in this.
Okay. For the
I'm
best,
not
John.
Not ganda.
What is your answer, John, of the little annoyances? And it doesn't have to be one of those. It could be something else, too.
Things
Annoying,
that people-
annoying charges that are stupid is basically the angle of this
I'll tell
question.
you what's an annoying charge.
Okay.
Getting charged by YouTube TV and not getting ESPN. That's my problem.
It does suck.
Because when I subscribed to YouTube TV 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
almost 2 weeks ago to the day,
Yeah.
the bill I paid is the same as I'm paying today, yet I don't get ABC, I don't get ESPN.
It's shrinkflation, but with digital stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
man. Bags of chips
shrinkflation.
getting smaller.
Bad
Uh-huh.
news. Bad news.
Yeah, not very good.
I'm out on that.
Deli
man.
meat getting thinner and thinner, but they're still keeping the bread and the veggies the same.
Severe text in most places in the country don't serve ranch because it tastes like, and then a curse word that I'm not allowed to use. Screw you, Michael. You
Oh,
jerk.
I didn't know Michael was out totally on
He
ranch.
hates ranch. He hates ranch like he hates cheese on a burger. He hates it.
What's wrong with ranch?
He doesn't like it.
I
He
think
thinks it
Michael's
tastes bad.
just a baby. I think he has
Whoa.
baby taste buds.
Well, he might whoop your ass on Monday.
Probably.
I mean, all these things, all these
He's talked about it for
idiosyncrasies.
years. You didn't
I
know
guess
this?
I
You gotta
guess-
listen better, John.
Well, I guess I didn't pay attention when those things came
I guess
up.
so. I guess so.
I
Well,
guess-
you guys always stuck to sports. Very rarely did you get off topic.
Uh-huh.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true. Michael is notorious for just saying, no, we need to stick to sports.
Yep,
we
he does.
absolutely have to stick to sports. Rick wants to know, at what point did the whole pumpkin spice craze jump the shark? Made a recent Target run, and for me, it was seeing pumpkin spice dude wipes on the shelf.
No, okay, that has to be a joke.
That's a
Why
bit.
would you need a pumpkin on your ass?
You don't want an ass pumpkin?
I mean, is there like an
I mean,
idea
there's some
of,
pumpkins big enough you could sit on them.
is this for your partner that maybe you're like, I don't understand the purpose.
So, Dude Wipes is one of those companies that likes to do a lot of things for the bit.
Oh,
and I feel
here it
like
is.
This feels like a bit.
Okay.
Like,
Here it
they're-
is.
You
They're
found it, John? It's
they're-
real?
Real. They're
I mean,
actually selling it, and people will
Yeah.
buy it, but I don't think that they're.
Oh, and they're
I think
calling
it's
it,
just a bit.
and they're
Okay.
calling it Dumpkin Spice.
Yep.
That's
See?
the dumbest crap I've ever heard of. That's the dumbest crap I've ever heard of.
You can go to Amazon and get them right now. Pumpkin
Taste
spice
test Wednesday.
Oh,
pumpkin spice or dumpkin spice dude wipes. When did it jump the shark? I mean, almost immediately. I don't remember exactly when it started, but as soon as it started, it felt like it was everywhere overnight.
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Yes.
Great movie.
And you know the funny thing is?
What's that? Better
I
be funny.
don't think, well, it's not funny in funny haha, but more funny like in funny ironic.
Like rain on your wedding day.
I can't think of anything I have consumed other than pumpkin pie or pumpkin bars. That was pumpkin spice. I've never ordered the coffee. I haven't eaten whatever other other combinations.
Pumpkin ass.
I've never wiped my rear end with a pumpkin spice.
Hey, honey.
I don't
use
think
the dude wipe.
I don't think I have ever consumed the pumpkin
OG?
spice. Yeah, well,
I've had a latte.
I'm
It's
just saying,
solid.
outside of pumpkin pie
Yeah.
and pumpkin bars, just
But you never had a pumpkin
dessert.
spice latte.
Never.
Pumpkin spice drinks are fine. Like, they're fine.
I've had it once or twice. I enjoy it. I don't go out of my way to consume it, but I don't go out of my way to get coffee at places.
Yeah,
you know?
I also just don't drink
I just
coffee.
have coffee at
Well,
home.
and that's the thing. If I'm out, like if I'm in New York or whatever, or on a trip with the Jays and I get coffee, usually it's just Dunkin' and it's straight black coffee, baby.
Hell yeah. I
Nice.
love that.
Maybe once in a while I'll go to the coffee bar where the half and half and stuff, all that stuff is free.
Mhm.
Occasionally I might, put a little of the chocolate powder dust in there.
A little wang in it.
Just put a little wang in it. But I don't believe I have ever indulged in the pumpkin spice phase.
And you probably never will if you've never gotten into it at this age. You're going to be good to go.
It's not.
John, you love AI. Here's a question for you.
Ugh.
From my brother Luke. Is Chat GPT a boy or a girl?
Is Chat GPT a boy or a girl? I've never assigned a gender to Chat. First of all, I mean,
I think of it as a guy.
I mean, I've probably, isn't Chat GPT just someone's version of Al?
No, it is. That's what it is.
It's AI.
Yeah, it's AI.
Yeah.
It's
right, but who's
it's Chat GPT's.
Yeah, it's not
Okay,
like
so-
Meta or somebody doesn't own that.
The
It's their own
company
thing.
is
Yeah.
Chat GPT.
It's
Yeah.
its own thing.
I've still never used it.
Well, okay, when you Google something, the first thing that usually pops up is AI says.
I removed
That's-
that as an
that's-
option for my Google searches.
That's
I never
Google's own
did.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've never Chat GPT'd, to my knowledge.
I mean, I get the spirit of the question. The real answer is it could go either way because people's lives have been ruined by it. Like, there's a whole section of the internet of people who they are in relationships with Chat GPT.
I hate these people.
Yeah, to the
It's
point.
like the bad movie Her.
It's
crappy movie.
It's weird how much Her has just predicted the future. It's
John,
exactly like
John,
that.
if you pick Her for the movie club, I'm gonna punch you in the face.
I kind of want to pick
I
it
have
because
no
culturally
deni-
it's
I have-
interesting now.
Watch
I
it
have-
on your own. I
I
don't
have
want to
no
rewatch it. I
desire.
hated that movie.
I have no
sucked.
desire to watch that movie.
There was one time ChatGPT did some kind of rollout where they updated everything and it erased a bunch of data. And for normal people,
Relationships
that's not a
ended.
big deal. But for a lot of people, they crashed out because it killed their AI partner.
I mean, people's partners die in real life, so you got to deal with it. I guess you freaking weirdos. All right.
I guess. Brian, now that I'm reaching my travel season, not that it necessarily impacts me because, we usually travel private. By the way,
Nice.
a friend of mine just texted me and said, AI is a girl because it thinks it knows everything.
Oh, I was gonna say it's Nick because it's a lot of Nick facts.
Facts.
It is a
See,
lot of
I
Nick
just
facts.
got I have people
you
here
don't need
confirming.
AI. You have me.
Yeah, exactly. Nick
Yeah.
is AI.
I want to highlight Jordan's comment, by
What
the
did
way.
Jordan say?
He says, it's AI, so it's definitely binary. That's a code joke.
Oh, boo.
That's
Boo!
hilarious.
Lord.
That was incredible.
Let's
Thank
get
you,
to the
Jordan.
next question, John, as soon as possible.
Brian says, if you could add one direct flight from Epley to anywhere, what would be the highest requested flight?
Wait, say this again.
If you could add a direct flight from Epley to anywhere, what would be the highest requested flight?
Okay, so we have ones to Chicago. We have ones to Vegas. We have ones to D.C. I'm trying to think of, do we have a New York direct flight, an NYC from Omaha?
Yeah. I've flown the American. American is direct from here to New York, the LaGuardia.
Oh, here's one I'll give you.
Not anymore. Oh, John says not anymore.
NYC?
Okay.
NYC might be the answer.
If it's not NYC, yeah, it's got to be NYC then,
Dude,
right?
here's
mine. I
mine.
was going to pick either that or some destination in the Big East.
Charter plane
like
John
Milwaukee
doesn't know.
John, I'll give you
or
a
Cincinnati.
I got
or-
one for you in the Big East.
Or Providence.
Indianapolis.
Oh,
I
there's a
wish
good one.
that we had a direct, like getting to Indy sucks because you got to go to
You're right.
Chicago and either drive there, which is forever, or do a hop and a skip. And then you're just at the airport for this dumb second flight for the city that's like 5 seconds away.
That is the answer because
I hate it.
It would serve a lot of different masters because Indianapolis, I mean, it's basically the hub. Well, it's like the secondary hub of the Big Ten.
Correct.
It's a Big East town.
It's an NCAA town.
It's an NCAA town. It's an event town. There's a lot of things going on there. It's a huge convention town.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably your answer. I am surprised there's not.
It's wild.
They got rid of the New York direct flight.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Indy's my pick too for the
Yeah,
record.
I went to Indianapolis for the Hoosiers game that I helped out with back in September, and it was just like, this is gonna suck because I got in late because I had to fly to Chicago, then fly to Indianapolis, and then I had to drive to Bloomington. By the time I ate dinner, it was it was so late. And then Indianapolis is of course Western time, aka Eastern time. I was so triggered. Bad times.
Okay, why is this so hard?
Won my underdog pick that night, though. That was awesome. Promo code 1620 the zone.
This should not be hard.
What's hard, John?
That's what.
Oh, here we go.
She
Nonstop destinations. You had to scroll down.
Ooh, for the new Omaha airport.
Okay, according to Epley Airfield, there is direct flights to New York City on Delta and Southwest.
Okay. Severe says we're that. Oh, never mind. This is Lincoln. Lincoln is adding Vegas next year. That's nice.
Lincoln is adding.
Yeah, we have Vegas and Omaha
and Orange County, which is
really
LA.
interesting.
Yeah. It's the same carrier.
Okay.
I don't know if it's through Vegas to Orange County, but it was an Orange County direct, I think. Let's see. Yeah, Indy is not there. I mean, Indy is the answer.
Indy,
right?
well, yes, that would rock. It would
as long as this New York thing is correct, then Indy is the answer.
Yep, I would like to have Indianapolis.
Because Atlanta, obviously, that's a hub. Chicago, obviously, that's a hub. Denver, obviously, that's a hub. Dallas, that's a hub. Minneapolis, hub. There's a direct to. Oh, the direct to Philadelphia is seasonal. It says there's a direct flight to Punta Gorda. Where is Punta Gorda?
Never even heard of Punta Gorda.
It's an Allegiant flight. It's seasonal.
I know Puerto Vallarta.
Big something. Big port.
John, we have a few minutes left. Let's see. Jar Jar. John, you are currently in the alternate universe where basketball and football seasons start and end around the same time. You've never seen any of your teams win a national championship or Super Bowl in your lifetime, and both the Cornhuskers, Rams, and Blue Jays are all respectively playing their titles the same weekend. Nebraska for a natty, the Rams for the Super Bowl, Creighton for a basketball title. The catch is that whichever team you choose to watch, you will never know the outcome of the other games, and any mention of said game or score will cease to exist for you. The other catch is that you get to call the game you attend. Which game are you attending? This is very convoluted. Do you understand the question?
I do, and it's easy because
they've never played for the national championship. Is it the Creighton Blue Jays?
Yes,
I figured it would be.
That's very easy.
Wow. Okay. Well, that was
very easy.
And that's dumb debates.
Staples.
I understand that. Yeah, you've never seen them do it. Now, what if it's? I guess you like the Rams more than the Huskers. Yeah. Sorry, Jar Jar. This is actually a little easy for John in terms of ranking.
Again, though, I've seen the Huskers win a title. I've seen the Rams win a championship. I've not seen the Blue Jays win it all, and I would get to call it. Yeah, absolutely.
Does it hurt at all that you wouldn't know what happened to the Rams? That you will never know what happened? Does that part suck?
That's the weird part. How would I exist?
Men in Black
in a house where my son would have all the championship gear. How would I not know? That's the weird.
That's what makes dumb debates dumb debates.
It was pretty dumb.
I mean,
not that dumb. Man, when you said Jar Jar, I thought, oh boy,
I know
Jar Jar's come up with some Well, he was the one that came up with the one about the tattoo of the thing on the arm like a couple weeks ago.
Well, here, John, we got 90 seconds.
All right.
This will be one that I think we can decide in 90 seconds. Peter
speaking of
asks,
the tattoo,
90 seconds.
What happens first, world peace or an end to road construction in Omaha?
Oh, that's easy. World peace.
Yep. Yeah, there's no way in hell the road construction's ending anytime soon.
Absolutely not. There's going to be so much road construction. It never ends because once one project ends, another one instantly begins.
Mhm.
And all, 13, 14 years
I wish for world peace.
In Omaha, there has been a stretch of Dodge Street within a half-mile radius of 50th and Capitol.
Forever.
That
you know what? At least not out in
been
front
at
of us
least a lane
anymore.
closed.
Thank God on Dodge
Right.
they removed the dumb cones.
Right, but that's why I moved it out to like a half mile. There's always been something going on where a lane has to be closed.
Bingo.
So, of course, world peace will happen before Omaha ends road construction. I mean, that's the answer.
And that's Dumb Debates.
And that is Dumb Debates. Don't forget, you can always send in your Dumb Debates anytime. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620, or you can email John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, speaking of the internet, 4-quarter pick'em, get your picks in for the games this weekend. You can also do that right now online at 1620thezone.com.
This is the second to last week of
It is.
4-quarter pick'em on 1620thezone.com. All right, when we come back, we got some content for you. Got what's for dinner, and then Austin Jacobson standing by in the green room live for Blue Jay shoot-around ahead of Creighton and South Dakota, the season opener. But first, John and Josh here for Underdog. Yeah, Underdog is the best place to get in on all the football action. This is where you can go to pick on players to do higher or lower on a lot of different activities like touchdowns. Could be fantasy points, could be yards, passing, rushing. It doesn't matter. Made extra points. I've had success with just picking kickers to have more than a certain number of made extra points because you're kind of banking on the offense to score a lot of touchdowns. And you can play Underdog right here in Nebraska. It's so easy. Just pick those favorite players, get those picks right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. And we've got a great promo code that you can get on right now so you can get some free plays and some credits thanks to Underdog.
John, the promo code, so easy. It is 1620 the zone, all one word. Find those games, find those players that you like, and again, go higher or lower and use that promo code 1620 the zone to score $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code 1620 the zone. Must be 19 plus and present in Nebraska. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike.
Unsportsmanlike. Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, as we get ready to wrap up the Grum and turn things over to Austin Jacobson for our first content official.
The Creighton season is about 90 minutes away.
Let's
your
do
final
some content,
prediction.
Nick.
Is this Mac's last year? The Creighton season is about 90 minutes away. Make your final prediction. Is this Mac's last year, or will he return for the 2026-2027 season?
Mac was going to coach this year. I have always been under the impression that change if two-year deal. Something else happens. Coach this year. Say they make a magical run and he figures it's the best time to turn things over, or if there feels like there's some unfinished business. But I've always had the impression that Mac was setting himself up, and this is not necessarily going on anything inside or anything. I've always had the impression that Mac was setting two has been the popular number, so I will say that the chances of him being back next year are like 80% numbers. So I will say
I'm with you, John. I definitely think he's going to return for another season. I think it's a better 50% chance. I've been viewing it as the 2-year window for another season. That said, like, there's a part of me that wonders if they have the season. I've been viewing it as the 2-year window. That said, like, there's a part of me that wonders if he says, "All right, if they have the season that we talked about a little bit earlier with John Walker, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, the Craig McDermott." He says, "All right, see you later," and it kind of just happens.
The Nebraska UCLA line has been the most active of any
era.
Husker point spread this season. From a peak, the Nebraska UCLA line has been the most active of any Husker point spread this by a field goal. From a peak opened last week before the USC game of Huskers by 4.5 to UCLA by a field goal to the current Bruins by 1.5.
The line that is probably going to
Where
hang
will
out
this
in
roller coaster close by kickoff on Saturday?
I think that this is the line that is probably going to hang out in 1.5 to 2.5.
And
I definitely don't think Nebraska is going to be a favorite
to a field goal
at any point over the next couple of days
for the Bruins.
And I think we're probably in the universe that it's in. I think the line makes sense, right? True freshman getting his first career start. He played limited. It's in. I think the line makes sense, got some reps against USC last week, and the Bruins have been playing better football. Played limited. I think this is the world that it is going to stay in. And I honestly USC last week, and the Bruins have been playing better football. So I think that this is the world that it is going to stay in. And I honestly think that this is the proper line.
It'll be fascinating to see what the statistics say over the last few years of a line that has bounced up and down like this. I did get confirmation, by the way, where that 4.5 opened. It was on October 29th, so it was basically a week ago. I did get confirmation last week. I'm not sure which book, but it was middle of last week ago. Last week, I'm not sure which. It would not surprise me if this thing bumped up closer to UCLA 3. It would not surprise me if there's going to be another move. I don't think it will get 3 down to a pick'em or anywhere where Nebraska is favored. I think UCLA having the week off is going to help, or anywhere where Nebraska is favored. And listen, Matt Rule's not going to make the excuse, but the West Coast travel will be a factor in some cases. But so the West Coast travel, a long-winded way of saying will be a factor. Yeah, it's probably sitting where it's going to close. So if the possibility of it bumping another it's probably sitting where it's going either direction before kickoff. The possibility of it bumping.
You've already talked CFB, but it's one more question. Of the 12 teams that made it, you've already talked CFB, but it's one more question. Of the 12 teams that made it into the first standings, how many will actually be there at the start of December?
Of the 25?
No, of the 12.
Oh, of the 12.
Listen, John, listen.
Yeah, John wasn't paying attention.
Sad.
Basically, what Nick is asking you is Nick wrote a great question here. Good question.
This
Nick.
is hard,
Thank
man.
you.
I really don't know, because I would really have to take a deep dive into who's playing who, because there's still a lot of cross pollination in there. I'll fudge it. I'll say 7. 7 of the 12 will still be in there at Selection Sunday.
I think Notre Dame's going to get upset, and I think they're going to miss the playoff. I do not think that the Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss triumvirate is going to be the 3 for sure that make it from the SEC. It would not surprise me if Texas find a way to get one of those teams drops out. And John, I'll be honest, man. I know that it was a hot take I could be talked into yesterday, but I'm starting to wonder if the Ducks are going to have I just not much from them that would have. Certainly following the win over Penn State, it would not surprise me if they drop out and a different Big Ten team sneaks in. I think the Big Ten's only going to get 3 teams into the college football playoff this year.
After trading away their best players on Tuesday, the Jets now have 2 first-round picks in the 2026 and 3 in 2027. Will all these things improve their fortunes?
I mean, I definitely think it's a place to start. The issue, John, is that they don't have a quarterback right now. And, is the quarterback class going to be good in 26? Because I have to imagine that that's where they will want to start in the NFL draft with a quarterback. I mean, sort of fun first-round picks over the course of the next 2 seasons. You should be able to fortify a lot of the things, a lot of the issues. That said, their defense was once really good a couple of years ago. It is now not going to be as good as they've traded away players. Are they a better quarterback? The answer is no. They're fortunate to be in a similar position to where they've been over the last few years, and that is a good roster, but nobody good enough at quarterback.
Is Woody Johnson still owning this team?
Yeah, he is.
Do we even know who the front office people will be? Will it be the same front office who drafts off for these first round trade away or think they need to have, or will they keep them all and actually use them all? I would like to say absolutely this is going to work out, but then I remember that Washington had a whole bunch of picks about 15 years ago, and they drafted RG3, and they did that, and it never, RG3 got kind of screwed up really around Washington's fortunes. And these are the Jets. The Jets find a way to jet. So we don't even know who's going to be making these picks. It's not certain. The only thing that is certain is the Jets are the Jets, and I'm going to no. I'm going to say no. It's not going to improve. Chances of a different front office making a collection of 5 of these picks throws everything out the window.
Speaking of the trade deadline, it went by with A.J. Brown not getting traded. Said Howie Roseman, I think that when you're trying to be a great team, it's hard to trade great players. And A.J. Brown is great. Josh, should we still arrest this man?
Absolutely. How is he going to get other good players onto their team, but he can't give up one of his own? This is despicable behavior. I hope, John, that he rips out of the locker room with his reading. They hate each other inside of that locker room.
That's exactly what happened last year to the
Trade
Eagles.
him.
I mean, the Eagles made a lot of moves. The Eagles made a ton of moves for defense. Listen, just like the Jets don't deserve any benefit of the doubt, Howie Roseman deserves probably as much benefit of the doubt as any Brett Veach. So Josh's cowboy derangement syndrome thing is still out there.
I want him arrested.
Of course he wants him arrested because the only way it's going to stop the Eagles from being bold, being smart, doing the right things.
You're not making me feel bad. This is irrational, yes, but still put him in prison. What are we doing here? This is not the world we want to live in. No, I'm not. I'm like you.
What do you mean it's not the world we want to live in? This is insane. This is insane on your part.
This is the most important thing to discuss in America. In 2025,
you're going after the wrong target. By the way, that's all changed because of yesterday. Socialists are now mayors now. I mean, it's all cats and dogs living together. New York City's going to burn. They're going to have to move the Big East tournament to Omaha. It's all insanity, Josh. It's insanity.
The overhit on when the first reference would come on today's show. I thought it was easy on it's taken its
crazy. Josh.
Crazy. Nick.
You and your college
one for
football
me?
white knighting cohorts in the national media have been slamming the legendary Bill Belichick for a so-called terrible fit at North Carolina. Yet, the Your Tar Heels are in Scott Docterman's latest bowl projections for the Athletic. They need only wins in the rest to make it happen. So, tell me why it won't.
It won't, because they are not going to win 3 of their last 4. They have Stanford coming up in their next game. They could certainly win that, but they're at Wake. Yeah. They're at NC State. NC State just whooped up on Georgia Tech. They also have Duke. Duke's a much better football program. Why would they do it? Because they're going to leave up at the end of the season. That's why they're not going to do it, Nick. This team stinks. Absolute garbage. Terrible head coach.
Would you also announce that Scott Docterman should be in prison next to Howie Roseman for making such a ridiculous statement?
No, I like Scott. Scott's a good guy. Sometimes Scott has bad takes. It's okay to have a bad take every once in a while.
Wow. So you won't give any grace to a 85-time Super Bowl champion, but you will give grace to a scribe, one of your fellow scribes who breaks stories and ruins people's surprises.
Good job, Scott.
I did, by the way, for the record, I was surprised. I was like, wait a minute, what is North Carolina's record? And then I saw it. It's like, wow, Scott, you're doing a lot of projecting here, because going 3 out. I know
Scott, that ain't happening.
I know they've been better, but better based on where they were, it's very relative. It seems like a very bold pick, but you stand with it there, Scott.
Well, I'd say this too, John. Sorry, Nick, I don't mean to interrupt you again. We love interrupting you. Like, they have been playing better, but they've still been losing until they beat Syracuse. Like, they lost by 3. They lost by a point. Definitely better, but, like, that's like awarding Nebraska a bowl bid because they lost every game by 1 score in 2021. They're still a bad football team. Nick.
Are we done now?
Yes, Nick. Turn to talk.
I don't know if this transition still works, but I'm going to do it anyway. Speaking of scribes, it's a good thing I didn't cite the author Matt Brown report yesterday, because I did it today. Of the schools that responded, Nebraska is now the beer sales leader in college football, $500,000 over the next nearest school, not Wisconsin. Hang that banner.
Yeah, the erroneous information was that he had gotten the last year's full numbers
right?
And this month's of the year, so the August and the September games. But yeah, Nebraska was sitting at just a shade over $2 million in revenue with 168,000 units sold. The next nearest team in terms of units sold is LSU at 135,000. And the next nearest team in terms of revenue, AKA they charge a lot more for their beer, like Nebraska does, is Tennessee, who have sold 107,000 units, $1.6 million. Now, it's a very incomplete list, right? Because there was only about 20 schools and a lot of G5s that actually responded. So, you don't have Ohio State here. You don't have Alabama here. You don't have some of the bigger schools have some of the bigger capacities. But the fact that they have outsold Tennessee by $500,000 is impressive in year 1 of this, even given all the limitations that Nebraska has in Memorial Stadium to actually get beer. I've never been to Neyland Stadium, but based on all of the renovations they have done there, I'm guessing it's easier to get around Neyland Stadium than it is around Memorial Stadium in Lincoln. So this is a long-winded way of saying Nebraska likes its beer. They like to drink a lot of beer. They also like to pay a lot of money to drink beer.
Yeah, John, on the west side of the stadium, they have not a room board because it's actually up on the press box, but it's like national champions, conference championships. Do they need a new alcohol sales type banner situation somewhere in the stadium where it could be like a little beer emoji, and then every year the number 1 team they add on 25, 26. We're looking for ways to celebrate this program. I think that this is a way that could celebrate the program once again, and the fan base. Good job by the fan.
Yes, because what Nebraska needs is even more gimmicks. That's what they need. You know what? Forget the blackout. They should have a beer out. Next year,
call that a blackout
next
too.
year they come out. Next year they come out wearing jerseys that look like a poured beer. They're like yellow from top all the way up to the shoulder pads where it's like a white foamy thing. We can call it a beer out.
I like
it.
And then the helmets look like a bottle cap or a can top. Or something.
I mean, if Nebraska wants to win the beer championship, they're going to have to keep being bad because famously
they could do it celebrate, Nick. What are you talking about?
I mean, this is another fan-related, celebration. Nebraska loves its fan-related celebrations, sellout streaks, blackouts. The team theoretically has nothing to do with selling of the beer, right? I mean, people could buy beer because they're happy too. I would think that people would be less inclined to buy a lot of beer in the stadium and pay $12 for it if they were bad, because it's just the idea of, well, I ain't gonna pay that for watch this crap, and they would rather turn around and leave if they're mad than, oh, I'm gonna protest by going and spending $12 for a can.
Finally, add the UFC to the list of leagues now being investigated for suspicious betting activity. The fight in question was about last Saturday between Isaac Dulgarian, who is not a Star Wars character, and Yadir Del Valle. Dulgarian, who again is not the name of a character in Star Wars, who was a heavy favorite, lost in a first-round submission. Dulgarian has been let go by UFC. Thoughts?
This is rather abrupt behavior. I mean, for UFC to just let him go outright tells you probably all you need to know about what happened. I think Dulgarian was something like minus 250 on the money line, which is a pretty favorite. He loses in the first round via submission. So you talk about potentially throwing a match. I mean, this wasn't, going to the third and then dropping. This was and tap out in the first round. Again, about it on tomorrow's Scrum, but this is another example of how the legal market, in concert with the FBI, can pick up on these things faster than if legalized betting weren't legal across most of the states. I know people say, "Oh, they're endemic," and I'm not saying that there isn't a problem with, athletes in sports with this kind of behavior, but I would challenge that these things are being caught faster. I mean, this was that happened Saturday, right? This wasn't something that's 8 months in the rearview mirror. It was caught early, and that is because the folks who are in charge of watching this stuff red flagged it immediately. The FBI got involved immediately, and the UFC acted decisively.
The angle you took, John, was the first thing that I thought of, and that is, oh, wow, so this is definitely true. If they are willing to move on from him that fast, it definitely happened. This is always the stuff that you worry about the most. It's like one thing, I guess, John, for a player to have a prop bet and take him out of a basketball game early so the under is going to hit on a variety of things. It's another to see a fight where it's an individual sport thrown. Like, that's the type of stuff that you do not want. I mean, they make movies, they write books about it because sadly it's been true over the years, especially in boxing. So happy they caught it. Hopefully, I hope that they don't have to catch these things moving forward, but sadly I think that that's still going to be on the table.
All right, coming up next, we'll wrap it up with What's for Dinner, and then it's Austin Jacobson with Blue Jays shoot-around ahead of the season opener, Creighton, South Dakota, on 1620 The Zone.
us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat the neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night was just a nice, delicious, well, some people would call it a goulash, the macaroni, the tomato sauce, the meat, the peppers, the onions. What are you, Josh, you're so weird. It's basically like eating spaghetti. That's what it is. It's like spaghetti and meat sauce. It tastes about the same. And it was a nice side salad. Your taste buds are so inextricably broken, it's not even funny.
The Lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of Josh.
And yet you guys are so triggered whenever I say something food-related that you don't like.
Because it's bad. So it's a terrible take.
Goulash is average as hell. It's mid food. I'm happy you enjoyed it, John.
What baked potato did you have last night?
Ended up not having a baked potato. Wanted to eat sooner, so I did tots with the. I found out it wasn't pulled pork. It was a pork butt. Or no, it wasn't pork butt. It was pulled pork. I don't remember. It was good. Did a sandwich. Put some spicy pickles on it.
Oh,
delicious meal. Dipped the tots in some buffalo sauce. Yum 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 yum. I need to make.
Boy, you talk about mid. I mean, just tater tots.
It's a great meal.
Sauce. Very, very mid. It sounds very mid, doesn't it?
It was not mid, John. It was very tasty. Tonight, I don't know. We still have some of the pork, so I might do some of that. Otherwise, I don't know. We got a variety of leftovers in the fridge that I think we're trying to work our way through. So game time decision for when I get home. Game time decision.
Delicious. Last night we went out on a date. She got.
Where'd you go?
No free advertising. Railcar. It was really good.
Nice.
She got a French onion soup. I got a Cuban melt. It was delicious. Tonight, I don't know. No clue.
Okay, now not to trigger you guys a little bit more. I like soup. I just can't imagine going to a sit-down restaurant and ordering soup.
It was really good.
Can't imagine it.
French onion's delicious, but it's kind of a challenge to. It's not a challenge, but it's very labor intensive to make it home. Especially if you get the cheese melted just right and caramelize the onions. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there. So I don't have a problem, especially if maybe you had a big lunch,
Maybe you had a big lunch.
Or maybe it just sounded really, really good.
She said she was watching a video where they had a guy got 3 different French onion soups and kind of put them, competed them against each other, and she's wanted French onion soup since she saw that video.
John, I just realized you didn't even say what you're having because I started making fun of the goulash. Who knows? Creighton, it's wild, man. It's not the pizza like it always used to be. Who knows what you could eat tonight? Oh, wait.
I have to leave my position here in the arena to go upstairs and find out if I have time. I don't know if I will have time because, Austin's starting soon, and then my pregame starts in a half hour after that. And it may take that long just to get up there in the elevator.
Wait, why didn't you eat when you were upstairs early? You were already upstairs, and then you came down to where you're sitting right now.
Well, they weren't serving when I was upstairs earlier.
Oh,
they weren't
that's
serving that early.
Really?
They started serving during dumb debates when I was clearly in the arena.
I guess
I'm
true.
clearly in the arena now. I mean,
yeah,
it's true. It's all about the timetable.
Clear boys.
All right, coming up tomorrow, it is Thursday. Robin Washut will be here. We'll also have Todd Furman.
Preview UCLA.
Yes, Wayne Cook, our intrepid sideline reporter for the Bruins, will join us, and we'll have all of that and a lot of fun coming up here on the Grum. Again, Austin Jacobson's coming up next with Blue Jay Shoot-Around. And then don't forget the Matt McMaster experience on postgame tonight after we're done sometime after the game. And then he gets up early to do Gary and Matt. So, the kid's going to be sleeping at the studio.
Yeah. Good luck to Matt. John, have a great call. Game 1 of 40 for the Blue Jays this year, maybe.
Oh.
A lot of games.
A lot of games.
See ya in a few minutes.
Goodbye.